I know Sam.
Sam had.
Good morning. Good morning. We're expecting more people and maybe this little flutter of snow. Will stop other people that usually our meeting starts at 10 o'clock, but because we want to be part of the replay this afternoon, we started a little earlier. We're going to start a little earlier. And so I you Dr. Parents has a surprise giveaway. But this is definitely my better half. Dr. Counts is just absolutely amazing. And can you find that poem that you did for the women aging farmers? Can you find that? And I want you to do that. Okay. This is a moment that we need to breathe. With everything that's happening across the world, and I'm not using any of my advocacy minutes on any of that right now. But center ourselves and focus on what we can control and what we can do. Moderator of the Smoky District, he is the famous Dr. Alan Smith out of Salina and St. John's. We're so jealous. Every time little Nicodemus needed to have our pulpit filled, he made sure that it was. Yes. And he's absolutely amazing. And he says, the Adams told me you having a meeting. I said, now you know I was having a meeting. And he said, so I want to come. And I said, well, if you come, you have to, when I take my deep breath, I center and I focus on Christ. I don't know what you believe. It doesn't matter. I respect you. But as this is my time, I need to focus. And I can get focused if I can start with a prayer. And I just want you to respect that. And I respect any religion or non-religion that you may have. We have an Episcopalian pastor in here too. So welcome. First time to our meeting. But you owe me this, Dr. Smith, Reverend Dr. Smith. Would you come and start us with our reverend of peace?
I'm saying all those things.
I love you. I love you.
Before I pray, I am blessed to come and find myself among friends. I did not know that God would grace me with such a union. But it is a time that we seek peace, and peace can only come from the Lord. And so with that being said, what I want you to do really is whatever it is, lay it at the feet of God. Allow him to have it, allow him to do what he will with it, and then when he does what he does, he gives it back to us, and then we do our part. So with that being said, let us pray. Father God, we thank you for another day that you have blessed us with on this side. And now, God, we gather for the purpose of minds and meetings and learning. But more than that, God, we gather to make life better for someone else. We gather, Lord, to be able to just say thank you for the things that you have already done in our lives, the things that you're doing even today. But God, more than that, the things that you're going to do. Lord, we lift up your Son. We say thank you for what he's done for us. Now let your Holy Spirit give us the peace that we need to be able to progress through this day and the days to come. Thank you, Lord. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
We met the Soil Sisters. It's been almost 10 years. It's been 10 years ago at a women's conference. And so we came back and we started our own chapter, and we call ourselves the Soil Sisters. And they reunited with us this year, and they wanted to talk about women farmers and us aging. And so we were included on their grant. And the other day, Dr. Counts did a meditation for our women farmers, and I want her to share that meditation.
Good morning. This is what I wrote for women. So those of you whose wives or significant others are not here, carry this back to them and share it with them. It's entitled Winter Meditation for Women Who Work the Land. A grounded reflection inspired by strength, patience, and the rhythm of the season. Close your eyes and imagine the winter fields. The soil is resting, but it's not empty. Beneath the frost lives a quiet gathering strength. You breathe the cold air, crisp and clean, free to clear the space inside you. Think of the women who have treaded the land, who have worked the land. Maybe that includes you or someone you admire. Women who rise early, carrying heavy loads, making decisions both intuitive and with skill. Winter gives them, or gives you, women, permission to pause, to honor the work already done, to trust the rest of the part of the growth that's happening. Feel your feet rooted like the winter earth. Feel your breath like a slow, steady snowflake. Feel your heart like the seeds waiting for spring, full of potential, even in its stillness. Now repeat with me. Rest is strength. Rest. Stillness is preparation. I am growing even now. So when you open your eyes, carry the quiet power with you. Winter is not a time of ending. It is a gathering of energy that is to come next. Thank you.
I thought that was so appropriate. We're going to now turn this over to Dr. Wiley. And my intro for Dr. Wiley is she's absolutely amazing. She's been my day one. When Burl Schweitzer put us together to get his dream of a summer camp to for youth and introduce them to agriculture and how they can have pride in being farmers and entrepreneurs. And entrepreneurs, he put us together because she was the first in the Big 12 assistant dean of diversity programs. She's a powerhouse. She has the foresight to look far beyond what you think you may need. She has a commitment to youth, and you can see that in our PhD student, and I say ours. It was because of her that I even wrote my dissertation and the success that she was having in the College of Ag. I love her as a little sister, and I respect her as the powerhouse that she is in agriculture. And so I'm introducing to some and to others. This may be your guest speaker, Episcopalian pastor. This might be your speaker. She's from Texas, Dr. Zia Wiley.
She's always volunteering me to do stuff. So welcome on behalf of our dean, who is in Salina, Kansas right now. The College of Ag is always, ever since the beginning, the College of Ag has been very supportive of what we do. When I started, I was the first assistant dean for the university, as well as throughout pretty much all of our 1862 family when it came to diversity in 2003. Now we no longer have our office, but we did complete the task. We checked all our boxes, if you will, when I got here in 2003 of what we needed to do on faculty, staff, and students. We increased our numbers to over 360%, and we have a 90% graduation and placement rate of our students. So now we're going to another level, and my boss is back there, Dr. Brian McCormick, and he says that really they all tell me that I kind of be very directive, but they're my allies. And I can't be the way I am if I didn't have an ally.
Yeah.
So in this walk as a woman and an ethnic minority, when I'm at the table, sometimes I'm not heard, but I can either slide a note to Dr. McCornett or even Dr. Goldman over there, or I'll text him and say, I need you to say this. They will hear them, and they don't hear me at all. But I just want it to be done. And that's why we have Charles here, is because, and then Dr. Lonnie Hobbs will be here later. And we have actually been able to get 5 Black males out with PhDs working at 1862s and 1890s and governmental agencies. So we've done some great work and we've done it together. So what you have in front of you today, I'm still pen and paper. My students talk about me, but this gives you the update since the winter. It talks about the success of our summer program. It talks about how Will Clark, who was just here, we've had him since probably the 5th grade, and what he has done, and now he's a freshman in animal science industry. So this gives you that update. I'm not going to read all this to you, but I will tell you, we have the Kansas, the KBFA mission that tells you how we work together. And then from that mission, that is how, when we had our students with our K-State Research and Extension program, that now is K-State Extension. And you'll hear more about that later. And the university, we are still partnering through our extension and engagement efforts. Next week, we'll be going to Wyandotte County with some of our programs. We have one of our partners that Rich as well as Charles will be doing that in Wyandotte County. And then we're going to Brown County with the Kickapoo Nation on Wednesday. So our efforts is to make sure that we're having the right connections to meet the needs of all Kansans. Because with this political climate, it's not no more diversity, and inclusion. It is against the law, right? But what we are showing, like I tell everybody, I might have got this job because I'm Black, but I'm not still here for 23 years because I'm Black. I had to do the work. And so that's why to be the good example to Charles, for him to see that he has to navigate through this. And that's why I've heard good examples like my good friend, Dr. Goldman, who I'm going to be a very good introduction. I'm so excited to introduce this to all of you. So this talks about the Schweitzer camp that you heard Dr. Holmes talking about with Verl. Our the still the first and the highest draft of the NFL out of all of our students that come out of K-State football. And I was really honored when he and Reggie told me, we haven't had anybody in agriculture before. You need to do a camp. And we met on the steps of Waters Hall, and the rest is history. Sometimes
Years.
19, sometimes your elders just tell you, like Verl just say, you're going to do this. I just said, okay. And then it worked. So I want you to see, we go to the Professional Ag Workers Conference. And the Professional Ag Workers Conference, that's this right here. And so what we've been able to do with Cargill, we wrote a grant, and from that grant, we had our summer camp. And from PwC, you see Charles, he placed this year in his graduate research. And as well as Dawn, who placed with her research with our ag camp, our Schweitzer ag camp. So Tuskegee knows about what we're doing. And so that you'll get this summary here. And then our office, we're no longer the diversity programs office, but we are still allowed to have our office for manners. And you have Dr. Hobbs, who's an assistant professor in ag economics. And then we have Charles here. Even though he's in leadership studies, his emphasis in ag education and extension education. And then here are the other pictures that you'll see. So I try to have pictures here as well, because what that does is you don't have to read everything. And maybe sometimes you can just, see it. And then this is what we do. We recruit, we retain, we enrich the students while they're here. We enrich the faculty, then we place them. And that's the goal. So that's what this tells you in summary. It tells you about the exciting things. I think Rich is on here as well. I thought he texted me. He said he was on there. But Rich is on there. And then Charles, of course, and very proud of what Charles is doing. And he's a graduate of Purdue University. That's like me. So, and before I bring up Dr. McCornett, I would like to say that K-State is the only 1862 or land grant of the 1862 Morale Act that has hosted every 1890. We have a student from 20 years, every 1890, including Central and West Virginia State, that have come through our program. We are the only 1862 that can say that we've hosted every 1890 and placed our students, but as well as our 1994s. Kenyon Alexander is our first student that's going in Ag Econ, and then Darian graduated out of a and she was 2 years ago with Dr. Hobbs in 2023. So we are doing the work. Now we have to know how to navigate. This is a new time, but I tell my students, they're about to learn with me and Dr. Goldman went through when we had to navigate in grad school. It's a different beast. Like when Dr. Goldman came out in 91 and I came right in 92, we were able to pass the baton, and that's what we're trying to do with him. We wanted to pass the baton so he can win the race, so I can retire. Okay, any questions from our update? Like I said, I've sent Dr. Holmes it in a PDF so she can send it to all of you if you don't want the paper. But I just still like paper. And I do recycle. I don't care cheese. I'll put it in a recycle bin.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So what findings have you accumulated? Because you've always done the pre and the post test.
Mhm.
It has the camp been beneficial?
Oh, good. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
So we do a pre-test and post-test. And the goal is so we can show the value, and that's what we've been able to do with Cargill, as well as our university president, our college dean. So there are two items. It's like when they start, what do you know about ag? And then one item talks about, is ag only cows and plows and crops and animals? So when they start, they really don't know. But then at the end, it does increase and go in the direction that we need it to go, where they say that it's not just cows and plows and crops and animals. And so then we have our evaluation, and it talks about the students enjoy the camp and they want to come back. And we have been published with the Professional Ag Workers Journal, and that's what we're working with Charles. Charles and Dawn research was accepted at the Professional Ag Workers Conference to show the value of what we've done with the Nicodemus camp. And then now we've actually done the camp when it comes to manners. And we've cited Dr. Holmes and that work of what we did to build upon. And we're going to go with Alcorn State, and that's Dr. Andrew Collins. And then we're working with Dr. Tiffany Carter, who's one of our graduates, and she's at Virginia State. And then we're working right here at Haskell and then here at K-State. And that's going to show the value of manners and junior manners. And we just got a $2,500 grant to have our Junior Manners Institute at K-State Olathe.
Okay.
So we've really been able to work things out with Cargill, the National Society of Manners. Hopefully we can get some of our students that are either from St. Louis or Kansas City that'll participate. And that's what's going to build upon what we're doing with the Banneker Elementary school. And we're partnering with Wyandotte County to do that. And we're going to be right there at Juniper Gardens, right where everybody tells me all the time, you know, if you go below 75th Street, you got to be really careful when you go to KCK. I'm like, man, I've been on 2nd and 3rd. Well, I can't go down. So it's been a great experience. Thank you, Dr. Holmes. So we are doing researches and scholarship. So people that only believe in data, they get to see what we do. Some people that like to hug you and say you're doing a great job. We're trying to meet that need. So we're trying to get all the senses to get them together. Any other questions? Okay.
Did you give them an example of what we do?
Oh, sure, the camp. You know, I normally had it, and I didn't have it this time. I probably should do it every time. So what do we normally do? And this year we're going to do something different. Dr. Counts as well as Charles have really worked well. And then Summer, and then one of my student workers in the back, Kristen, she's back there. She keeps me in line. So I had the students to come and I had them to introduce themselves. And I just told them just to come to introduce themselves. They don't have to like speak or anything. And after that, they come here first. We take them to the insect zoo. After 2020, we really couldn't take them to the dairy or anything because we didn't want our cattle and our livestock. We just didn't know what was going on. So we We never take them right to the swine. But the insect zoo has always been a hit. First, they say, oh my goodness, roaches and ants. And then they get there and I can't get them out of there. So, and we have to take them like 10 at a time because they just start getting excited and want to touch things. And Tiffany Holt, who's doing a presentation today, and I hate you're not going to be able to see her. It's just exciting to see the students' eyes. And then they start buying all this stuff, the suckers and all this roach candy and all this stuff. It's really getting, don't kill me back there. After we do that, then we've been working with the hydroponic tower. And from that, we take the students, we take them to the greenhouses. We talk about urban farming. We worked with Mr. Curtis Pitts with our junior manners that's there in Topeka, Kansas, really trying to get Shawnee County to be connected. For their Martin Luther King Day, Charles and I went there, did a presentation, and it was just amazing to see people from 80 years old to 10 to look at this hydroponic tower. And Charles was able to tell him, you don't have to have this big tower. You can do this right here, do it in your home with a Coke bottle or something. It was just to see the light bulb going off because people are saying in this day and time, we're going to have to learn how to do things ourselves. So it was really a great experience. I think Charles got a lot from that. That was a very good experience. And then from there, then we get in the cars and we go to Nicodemus, either K-State vehicles or whoever we're blessed with. I see John Drew back there, Reverend Drew. Reverend Drew drive that bus for us from Wyandotte County and come here. So we really appreciate him. K-State Tuskegee grad. So we're just and I'm surprised you don't have all the Tuskegee stuff on today. But I'm glad you represented K-State because I know.
It's fun. It's not fun. It's not fun.
I do need to have something.
I can get it, right? In reason.
As you can see, it's been a partnership because Mr. Jennings, in 2004, we had our George Washington Carver camp there with Mr. Jennings. And we took Mr. Jennings to Tuskegee, and Reverend Drew, that just touched our heart. He had never been to Tuskegee. And through a grant that we wrote here at K-State, we were able to get him there. And it was such a blessing. So I've been with John Drew for a long time too. And it really shows partnerships is how we're successful. I can't do this by myself. I know that I'm in the front, but I also have people that are lifting me up in so many different ways. So after that, they go to Nicodemus, they do farming, they do horseback riding, they do fishing. I normally drive there and I come back. I don't stay there. It is really dark at night. I'm from West Texas. And when you drive those country roads and it's raining, I mean, it comes back to you like a flashlight. You got to know how to drive and the rain hits you. So, but that just learns. I'm from West Texas. I was born in a cotton belt, Vernon, Texas, where the big Wagner Ranch is. That's where I was born. So my granddaddy was Mr. Wagner, chef, marksman, and everything in the 30s and 40s. So that's how I got my ag background too. And then my great grandfather bought the plantation that my family was slaves on for $3 an acre in East Texas. And so I'm the child that went into ag, where my brothers went in accounting and economics. And they said, Zia, you handle all this stuff. And that's what I do. All right. So did I do okay? All right. And then they get certificates, they come home, and then Charles this year, Charles really went through a great experience, and he still got his master's. We prayed him through. I'm so proud of him that he learned to trust himself through that journey. That's what it's all about. Okay. So any other questions? Because I don't want to talk at you. Because we're going to have a very engaging dialogue before we bring in Dr. Goldman, because what we want to show you today is the partnership that we have worked through. I'm in my 23rd year, and now I'm going into the Department of Entomology, where I am the first Black female to be tenured as a full professor at NC. I say that not to brag. I say that I hope you hear me, and you and Dr. Hobbs, that you're supposed to come behind me, that I can't be the last.
There you go.
And that's the goal. So, and how I'm able to accomplish that is now my department head, my boss, as he and Dr. Moser, sometimes they get tickled. They tell me not to tell them that because they say, I tell them that. Can you believe I try to tell them what to do? I don't do that.
Who's today?
Dr. McCornett, last at K-State Olathe, we had several of members of Black farmers, and they might be up on the screen that wanted to know about beekeeping. And one said that she lost her hive, and she's part of I think she's out of Missouri. And I immediately Small, is she on there? That makes the great. Oh, I see her. She has a pretty picture. I'm Small.
Family, they lost their
Oh,
lives.
so when you talked about losing the hive, I text him immediately and I said, hey, we're going to meet on January 30th. Can you be there to talk about what we're doing? We have a great professor here that came from Greece, which we're doing insect farming, but this is the guru when it comes to beekeeping. And what he's done, he just got back from a national conference, and I'm glad he said yes. So to take up my time, I didn't want to take up all the time because I really wanted him to come and talk about what he's doing in the beekeeping arena. I know he'll come back, but if you allow me, if I could let the students introduce themselves and then you come, Dr. McCormick, come immediately after that. Where did Christian go? All right, so Jahida, will you introduce yourself, your major, and where you're from?
I went in agronomy, secondary major in food systems and natural environmental science, and I am
I'm so proud of her. I'll tell you, she's one of my first generation students, and as a freshman, she went with me to John Deere. You know how sometimes you get them, they're real quiet, and she was so quiet. She says, I want to go with you. So I took her with me to John Deere, and she has blossomed. She's been overseas. She loves her work in agronomy, and she is just so proud of her that she got that spark to move. Now, Kristen, where did she go? She's probably still helping me move. I'm moving offices today. So moving offices, the students are moving, but Kristen is my student worker who really keeps me in line. I'm so proud of her, and I hate that she's not here. She's a sophomore ag economics major. She probably left to go help me finish moving, but I wanted to recognize her for her work. So let's give her a round of applause. I'm so proud of her. Oh, she did that. And then Charles, let's introduce yourself.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, Zoom land. My name is Charles Carpenter. I'm a graduate student here studying leadership communication. I work in Dr. Wiley's office as well as with KBFA. Throughout my time, I've been able to be the assistant director of the Kansas Black Farmers Youth Camp, the Burroughs Schweitzer Camp, and it has been a pleasure to be being able to be one of the supervisors and people and educators throughout the camp. And I'm just glad to be here, grateful to see everybody, and I hope this it's a wonderful meeting today.
Have to come later, and like I said, the students are just gonna come in and out. I told them just to come, and I want them to introduce themselves, and that's how. This is the way that they get their professionalism, because all they know is the phone. You know, they can't sign their name, they just see. So I want them to come and walk and shake hands and look at you and talk to you. And the only thing that I didn't say is I am a Texan. I'm a graduate of Purdue University, and it's my bachelor's and master's in ag engineering. I went to Penn State under Dr. Henson as well as Dr. Blaney Boyne. And coming through that program, that one taught me on my first. And living in India and Sri Lanka, that's when I learned I could make all the money in India, but I needed to do the work in the United States. And I saw how to do that with my people. So, like I said, I might be the first, but I'm doing my work to not be the last. And that is really the goal. So will my colleague please come up here, Dr. Brian McCormick, and then he'll have his dialogue with me. And I'm probably not giving you justice, everything I should be saying, but you're my colleague and my friend. I'm so honored to have you. And so after you, then I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Wiley.
Yeah.
So I wanted to start with a couple of things. And so, why Dr. Wiley? I think that's part's easy, and I probably take up the rest of my time to talk about what a powerhouse she really is. I think the other part is maybe somewhere like why entomology. And the one thing and we actually have this on our wall. If you walk into our hallway, it says entomology. It's more than you think. Right. And it's not just what you think, it's who you are as a person, how you connect to your communities, the things that you're doing with your degree. and why that matters. And then you start to hear those things and you start to understand what Dr. Wiley has done in her career here. It makes sense. We have a growing program. We're already up to 50 students. We're looking at to be about 60, 70 students, one of the fastest growing entomology programs in the country. And it's because we put students first. The mentality of like that student coming to campus and their experience and who they connect with and their career starts the time they walk on campus. If you know Dr. Wiley, that's how she's rolled for 23 years. It's just now time for all students to get the opportunity to work with Dr. Wiley. And yes, entomology is more than you think. It's not in your first thought was like, that's fine. I get it. But we do anything from ham mite biological control to Christmas trees to honeybees. We'll talk about that. To robotics. So I'm one of the directors for the Institute for Digital Ag and Advanced Analytics. It's an initiative out of the president's office. It's a one case state idea where even entomology can be a part of that. So it doesn't really matter where you are. It goes back to who you are and how you connect. So at the end of the day, entomology makes sense because we feel she belongs and she also feels like she belongs. And that's at the end of the day what an academic home should do. It was very clear for us to bring in Dr. Wiley because we need the students that are going to need support, right? Trying to figure out how to navigate, how to connect, workforce development, professional development, all those pieces, right, is definitely in her wheelhouse, makes her a powerhouse. And for us, it just made a lot of sense. Just to let you know, like entomology is probably more than you think. I'll talk about a couple of initiatives that we've got going on. One of them being the American Honey Institute. I can definitely spend some time talking about beekeeping. It's really a pollinator security issue is a national security issue. That's not hyperbole. 70% of hives last year were lost. 70%, 70%. When you think about pollination services across the U.S., most of that for even almond production, that's not sustainable. The other piece that we're working on is actually honey fraud. I don't know if you knew this, but honey is actually the third most economically motivated adulterated product in the world, which means a good amount of honey that might be buying off the shelf, if you don't know your beekeeper and you don't know if your beekeeper is actually in their bees, it might not even be honey.
Oh, wow.
So you want to talk about a couple more issues you have to deal with is you have losses, and then you also don't have a place to really market your honey or sell your honey because you're competing with a lot of times syrups. So rice syrup, corn syrup, beet syrup.
Yeah.
And then you also have resins. So if it really says organic, how do you know? Because oftentimes we'll use resin technologies to scrub all the things that shouldn't be in there. So we saw this kind of as a key driver, like, you know what, we should probably help beekeepers try to find a way to make money. At the same time, there's all these losses going on. So we've actually been partnering with the Kansas Veterinary Diagnostic Lab. It's a world premier lab that does a lot of cool things to support livestock, and honeybees are definitely one of those livestock that most people don't realize they're designated as a livestock. That's the value that they have within our food systems. And we need people. That's a lot of transformation that needs to happen. That's a lot of bringing folks together across all aisles to say, this is a big enough issue, let's try to solve it, because if not, we're putting our beekeepers, some of our largest beekeepers, when I say large beekeepers, they're managing 10 to 20 to 80,000 hives, right, that are coming to me going, we can't do this anymore. This isn't sustainable. So these are the kinds of issues where we need leaders. We need people with experience. I don't know where she went. Oh, there she is. That, right, know how to work with corporate partners, how to work across industry to government to communities, to other organizations, associations, to bring folks together. Why wouldn't you bring somebody in like Dr. Wiley to help with that? This is a national security issue, especially when you have people from foreign entities buying up hives. So these are things that we, that's one of the things we're tackling. So Institute for Digital Ag is another one. We work on things with alpha-gal syndrome that also is very much community driven. I happen to have alpha-gal, and I tell you those things are life-changing. But how do you educate folks? How do you bring them to the table? How do you make sure that they're getting the information and resources they need? How do we make sure our students are training and working with communities to make sure that that's a transformative experience? Notice I didn't say anything about research yet. Like, do you have to be a bug person to be a part of this solution? The answer is no. What you need to be is a people person. You need to be a connector. You need to think about people's experiences and why that matters to build teams, to build solutions, to build things that are actually going to solve the problem. So to me, that part's really exciting. I could go on and on about some of the other things we've got going on. Insect farming initiative, that's one that I know Dr. Wiley mentioned. So yes, we have Christos Anathassou from Greece. Like, he is really the beacon for insect protein production in the EU. We look at this as a potential new market. As you look at low value side streams that are just not really used at the best potential, we can actually turn that into high value protein that could be used for aquaculture, for poultry, and actually the frass, so the insect waste that comes from that, is actually a really good fertilizer. So these become like potential new markets. And so guess what? We're going to need to talk to Tyson. We're going to need to talk to Hills. We're going to need to talk to some really big partners in this. And I don't know if I know anybody in this room that has those kinds of connections. But as we think about entomology, it's not just bugs. We just want to kill things. We want to preserve them. We want to grow them. We want to produce them. We want to connect them. We want to be inspired by them. One of our actually fastest growing entomology classes is art and insects. Because we see beauty in them. And honestly, I'm an entomologist because it fit my schedule. Undergrad at Northeast at a college in Northeast Iowa, and it fit my schedule because I needed a certain number of biology credits. But I stayed an entomologist because of the sheer beauty and diversity of insects. Like, when you really look up close and you really look at the heart of the issue, this starts to transform minds and starts to open you up to new ideas and possibilities. When I say transformative student experience, this is what I mean. And this is why we need people from half of our folks aren't even trained in entomology, that use entomology as model systems, to those that are working with people who are developing new practices, new solutions, new technologies. We're going to need all kinds of folks to help us with this. So that's just kind of a little bit of background on again, why entomology. To me, it makes a lot of sense, especially with the initiatives that we have going on that really are more in the spirit of one K-State. Everybody, even you all, I want to be a part of those solutions. These are big challenges that require partners, that require practitioners, it requires people. We hope you see some level of inspiration in that and reach out and connect with us. But if we have specific questions about any of those things, I'd be happy to entertain. And I can talk a little bit more about the honey project, because that's been something I'm still learning. I appreciate Dr. Wiley giving me the credit as a guru for beekeeping. I'm not that person. I'd like to say I'm a guru for connecting those beekeepers. We're teaching a basic beekeeping course this spring. We have 25 in the course. We had 3 or 4 on the waiting list. This is turned into be a very popular course. If you're interested, we also have a free microcredit online. So if you go to entomology.ksu.edu and look under, I think it's under academic programs or learning opportunities, there's a free micro-credential. We're actually partnering with Valor Honey on that. So worked a lot with Gary LaGrange and trying to get our veteran community more engaged and giving them opportunities to get into the beekeeping and farming industry. And that's been a way for us to, again, partner with local nonprofits to make something like that work. Again, but that's a free micro-credential. We've got a beekeeping course. We're also working with Valor on this. It's actually a grant through Kansas Department of Agriculture. It's a mobile extraction unit. So it's a trailer that will actually be pulling around this. Our plan is to pull it around this summer at kind of some key locations to then host some training events. We realize some that are just getting into beekeeping going, there's no way I want to buy an extractor. Some of these things become really challenging. And sometimes it's just ability. Like, I can't lift a 60 to 70 pound. If my bees are doing really well, I got to lift that 60 to 70 pounds and move that somewhere. We're actually partnering with Valor and trying to create some services that actually support the industry. So it's more like, 2 people in a truck. How do we provide that as a potential service to Kansas beekeepers? At the same time, provide an educational opportunity. So the extraction mobile unit is an idea of, hey, let's bring that into a community. Let's have a training event around this. So partnering with Valor. I've got a hive operations manager that's got some experience. We're still working with Kansas Honey Producers Association and definitely the Northeastern Kansas Beekeepers Association as well, to try to figure out how we do that. Because I wish I was the expert. I wish I had time to be the expert. But we're looking to actually recruit an expert. So those are the kinds of things where, as we look at the potential for Kansas, especially around food as medicine, especially as around urban agriculture, all those pieces, pollinators play a really key role in this. Some of them are going to need to be managed just because of how we manage some of our other spaces. So those are kinds of some of the opportunities. Happy to answer some questions. If not, I might be one of those that's like, I'll get back to you. But I can at least try to entertain any questions that you might have, and I don't want to take up any more of my time than I already have. But happy to entertain any questions.
Well, I have a question.
Okay, all right.
I was trying to wait. So most of our farmers are, 63% of our farmers in our membership bank are specialty crop growers,
Okay.
small farmers and everything, and trying to control pests, on those plants. And we're looking for someone, our new farm manager, Mr. Moten, he got out the cinnamon, and that helped us control a little bit in our raised beds and everything like that. Where do we go to find out how we can make sure, because we're trying to make those specialty crop products also organic.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So is your department, do you have someone that we can talk to that could come and work with our organization?
Yes, we've got a bunch of resources on our website. So again, that entomology KSU edu, and then our extension tab should have a lot of resources, especially around, I'd say, horticultural production. Dr. Raymond Cloyd is our kind of contact for extension when it comes to those kinds of production questions. And he deals with greenhouse production to, when I say Christmas tree, he's our Christmas tree person. He covers all kinds of horticultural, I'd say, kinds of questions. If not, reach out to me and I can try to connect you with folks. We're working with the Olathe campus. Lonnie, I'm trying to remember her last name, is working on the urban food. What's that? Cleocone. Yeah, thank you. Is working on the urban food production, or more urban food production systems. So we have an entomologist also helping with that, from looking at surrounding landscapes and how that could influence pest or pollinator pressure. At the end of the day, bugs don't care about borders and whose farm it is. They don't. So under that, always like trying to understand what's the underlying ecology, the biology, the physiology, and most of the time, spoiler alert, we create a lot of our own problems. But that cool part is then we're the producers of our own solutions, right? So we have to kind of think about that from that mindset. But we have folks that can maybe answer some of those things. But I'd say, specifically reach out, start with Dr. Cloyd. If not, reach out to me and I can try to connect you to folks. Just depends on the question in many cases, who to best connect you to. So if you're unsure, I'd say always reach out to me. I'm happy to try to connect. Yeah.
I have one more question.
Sure.
We're trying to work on some advocacy with Earth Justice. And there's several of our farmers in the Adams are here, and they're having an industrial encroachment problem. And then farmers that are not doing climate smart practices and using chemicals to spray and they've killed their bees by spraying around their farm. And so looking at it from an advocacy point, how do we approach that? Is there any research that you can help us that would help us develop that?
Yeah, that's what I said. The problem with insects is that they are not that well trained. And so when you think about where a hive is and what the area is influencing, or area it could influence, is about 3 mile radius. Right, and actually up to 5. So as we think about how do we control where they go and what they get in contact with, becomes part of the challenge. So yes, it does mean working with our neighbors, working with our surrounding partners to do this. Drift Watch has been kind of one of those places to at least say, I've got hives here. And I know that's again, in the beekeeping world, sometimes that's, yes, we want to do that. And others I don't want to tell people where my hives are. So there's this weird, you need to be able to tell us these things so we can make sure that we're not spraying, or at least contacting where we're going to spray, so we can cover up our hives and those kinds of practices. But at the same time, worrying about I have these hives here, now people know where these hives are. So this is kind of that weird, we could solve the solution if we all just play along. But I would say, as you think about boundaries of where those hives are and try to best protect those and reduce an exposure, a lot of it is thinking in that kind of 3 mile radius is a good way to think about it. And most of the time they're gonna be spending about a mile, like around, just because the further you go, the more resources you expend. Right, you just gotta think like an animal. So if I go 5 miles, I'm probably using the resources I just gathered to make sure I can get back to the hive. But it's those kinds of interactions that if you took the course this spring, you'd be learning about. But that's the thing we're trying to do is more of those kinds of workshops and opportunities for Q&A. So definitely reach out to us that way.
Okay.
Yes.
So earlier you said 70% of the hives were lost last week.
Yeah.
And is that nationwide or
Yeah.
Kansas?
Yeah, that's nationwide. That was some of the surveys, and I was from either from even hobbyists, which is difficult because if you lose right one of two, you're at 50%. But we're also, when you look into that, the mix is those that are commercial are even losing 60 to 80% last year.
I think what's shocking about that statement to me is I'm around beekeepers quite a bit. And I haven't been hearing it as a hot topic like I heard about it several years ago.
Yeah.
And so it is kind of on top of the news radar right now, and that's too bad.
Yeah, no, I agree. The comment is around 70% being alarming, and it seems like it should be a bigger story. And I agree, it should be a bigger story. The other story too is just knowing that even if it wasn't 50% or even if it was closer to 30, 40%, most of that's caused by varroa mite. So we have a really big pest, and that varroa mite also causes other types of infections. And you'll see this interaction between disease, what it gets exposed to in the environment. You also have these potential neonicotinoid effects, so seed treatment effects. That kind of all depends on practices and what's going on locally. So you might not see that, but more nationally, you do see those losses. But these are the ones that are producing, 5 to 50, 80,000 hives. We're seeing those kinds of losses. So you can imagine trying to replace that. It's not, most of them don't just go buy bees, they'll do splits and things to but you're now setting your production back because you just reduce your hive strength and vigor by half because you now need more hives to be able to grow back. So these are the challenges as you start to scale. You got to think about is, yes, I've got bees that are producing, but what happens if I have a die out? What happens if there's a spray? What happens if they have gone? What happens? Trying to budget wise figure that out. That's why we need egg economists and others to help with this. Hopefully, I don't know if I reassured you, but it's a problem. We're still trying to figure it out, and there's probably 5 or 6 things that are probably contributing, depending on where you are. Yes, sir.
Has there been a lot of attention been put to and your comment about getting people out of the entomology in the museum? It's true, because I came out there with the bug museum. I came out there with the master gardeners last year, and it was hard getting them out of there.
It is hard getting them out of the insect zoo. Yes, we're proud of that. Yeah, we're proud of that.
Well, my question is has there been a lot of attention put to predatory, telling people about predatory insects and putting up barriers for the sprays and things like that, to educating the people that use the chemicals to show them about using natural ways to get rid of what they're spraying for, instead of them just taking the shortcut and spending all that extra money on insecticides and the poisons and things that they're using.
Yeah, and so what I didn't mention is my background is actually integrated pest management of field crops.
Right.
And we've been working on, oh gosh, I've been working on that since my master's and PhD. A lot of this is try to change some mindset around. In some cases, feels like a cheap insurance. But in the now, it feels good, right? But then long term, what we're finding is that that's not great, right? You're not building up those natural populations or ecosystem services, right? Because you're not really thinking about taking suboptimal land and putting that into pollinator and predator kind of friendly environments.
Right.
If I'm making 50 bushels and I should be making 125, should I actually invest that into other things? Right. So as we look at land use and its surrounding, landscape ecology becomes more important. That's Dr. Tanny Kim in our department. Also, Brian Spiesman is working on pollinators, and again, not just honeybees. But I'm not just going to give you a rosy picture of honeybees either. Like there are issues with anything that we manage. There are usually issues with it, and so that spillover into other kinds of pollinators is also something we need to be cognizant about. But yeah, we educate as much as we can. We can even show that there's no value in using seed treatments. And this is a extension publication we put out about a decade ago, and it had 12 states that said there's no need for it unless there's like this specific situation. But the problem is if I just throw that in for a few extra cents, and this is where at the end of the day, this is where policy is part of that solution.
Right.
And things that again, I'm not going to advocate for those things. I can just tell you, this doesn't have value, right? Until this situation arises where you've maybe taken out a CRP, you're going to put it in, you're going to just have more insect pressure in the soil, maybe for a year or two, but then you don't need it.
Right.
Right. So those are things where we try to keep educating, but there's policy that has to also overlay this, because some cases, right, the science doesn't always match or lacking in policy. And sometimes, yeah, we can do our best to educate, but if you're then, right, it's only going to cost an extra few cents per whatever to do it, then it becomes more of a cheap insurance to say, well, then I don't have to worry about that. And it's one of those where we try to educate, we try to provide the best practices using science, right? That's what we do from an extension standpoint, is extend the science. But adoption becomes more of perception, becomes cultural, right? In terms of this is what we've always done. So like anything we're talking about change and disruption, get people to think differently. It's not just insecticides in this case. There's a lot of things.
Right. And it's hard to get them to pay attention long enough so we can show them by example.
Yeah.
But that's really the best way that I can see to get them to understand and pay attention, is to show them by example.
Yeah.
Bring them over and see what you're doing when you're doing it.
Absolutely.
And make them know that this is working and it'll work for you too.
Yeah. And I would say the other piece of this that is finally catching up is technology. So if we can put a little more trust in, like, hey, I have enough data from this 100 acres, right, to say I shouldn't do anything, right? Then my confidence meter goes up, and I actually show a return on investment if I do nothing as an action.
Right.
Then all of a sudden, like that becomes another learning tool, but also a more realistic management tool, especially if you're talking large acres.
Right.
If you're talking smaller acres and it's more of your time and investment and thinking about what's in that place and be able to do that, that's great. But if you're starting out on that, you also don't have the 20, 30, 50 years, right, 5 generations of experience to build on either. So this is where the technology can also play in that. For example, we have a ground autonomous vehicle. It's a robot that goes in between rows that senses and sprays. So it's just this sitting there going through and sensing and saying, hey, there are aphids, just spray. If there's no aphids, don't spray.
Right.
Right. So you went from potentially spraying 100 acres down to maybe 5 to 10. And maybe you're only spraying plants that have like a good amount of aphids because those predators won't catch up. But you get the other ones that have fewer aphids to be able to catch up. What I'm saying is, like, we have a robot. It could, I didn't bring it over. We could, working with bioengineering to be able to kind of think about it that way, as that's where the technology is really starting to catch up. And people are interested in that because they realize, oh, that's another cost, and there's longer term costs if I don't change practices. Right. But now I can trust that these things are happening because I have more information to make a decision on. And some of that decision might be lack of action. I don't need to do anything. We're usually doing things because we're fearful of what could happen.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, I can't predict the weather. I can't predict all these things. But if I put this out here, then I'm a little more confident something's not going to happen.
Right.
And this is always I'm not excusing the behavior. So they'll read it that way. This is the challenge, though, that I've been in the 18 years I've been here, is I could tell you, like, this was a sugarcane aphid. Like, this is what just came out. I had a farmer in the field, and there was, just maybe 5 or 10 plants in this area that just had loaded with aphids. I was in his field, and I said, and he's like, well, what should I do? I said, if I were you, I would not spray. Just, you got to wait a little bit, because they're not in every plant. We're not at threshold. This is brand new. So he's like, yeah, I know, I'm going to spray. I said, and that's your choice. I just said, you're probably going to come back to me a week later because they're going to be back. And sure enough, I was on another meeting, and he came back and he goes, yep, you're right, I'm back. I should have waited. I was like, that's okay.
Wow.
And so sometimes my dad always said, the power of an experience. It's your experience. It's your experience. I can show you all the day in the world, but it's the power of your experience, right, that starts to inform your future practices. And I had a question back here real quick. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I want to thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to know, in the research that you're doing, has there been any correlation with colony collapse disorder to GMO seeds? As we know, there's some GMO seeds that have been bred specifically for insecticides,
Right.
and they can't always differentiate between one pollinator or one pest. And oftentimes when I ask that, it's always muddled. And I know the GMO seeds and GMO plants, it's a bigger financial picture than we all see.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, is there any correlation in that? Because, you know, hives in the wild are hygienic and they don't suffer that much from varroa mites and things of that nature. So
Yep.
that's my question.
Yeah, no, a lot of good comments in there. I would say if you would ask me that maybe 15 years ago, right, where pollen probably had more BT present in it, you can all start to like select for plants that don't express that, because I remember the whole monarch issue and pollen shed and that being like non-targets and impacts on pollen on potential non-targets. I'd say that the work has improved. And the struggle that I always have with this, and I think it's a great question, the struggle I have with it is if you're then relying on BT, right, you're also then relying on less insecticides that are just prophylactically used within those environments. And so there's this kind of constant trade-off between, if we at least protect the plants that have known pests, like the rootworms can cause a lot of damage. Like if you're trying to grow corn in certain parts of the country without some type of protection, like you're gonna lose a lot of yield, right? And those problems are going to compound. Earworms, right? The further south you get, the more earworms are going to be a problem. So at some point, it's this balance between, if I don't have it somewhat in the plant, then I'm going to have to rely on it at more broad scale. So this incidental exposure, I'd say most of the time, crops like corn, yes, you'll find bees in them, probably more sweet corn than you will corn. And most of the time, sweet corn doesn't have those kinds of traits, but they do if you're going to protect against corn earworm at a commercial scale. The answer is it kind of depends. I would say the exposure is probably a lot less than it has, but I'm not aware of specific studies that look at more modern genetics and whether or not those interactions exist. There's plenty of work to show that seed treatments and exposure to plants that have that are impacting pollinators sublethal effects, like changing their behavior, changing their foraging strategy, all that. So you might not see specific losses, but you start to see changes in their behavior. And as a social insect, that's a big problem if you're trying to manage a hive. So it's a good question. The short answer is I'm not 100% sure. I need to look at the literature. My sense is that's been less of effect because of how they can select for where that expression occurs. At the same time, it's also not usually a real optimal forage anyway. The better strategy is to think about other forage within that area that could be promoted. So unmanaged grasses and what kind of forbs are in there, or waterways, spillways that could again be planted to something that is better and longer for the season for floral resources for bees. Those to me would be like better ways to offset that if that were the case. That's a good question. I wish I had a really good answer for you. Did you hit? Yeah, I'm already taking, I don't want to take up more of your time.
It's important.
Yeah, okay. Yes.
Let this be our last question.
Sure.
I can't hear you. Hold on.
And if I can't answer this one, I'll have Dr. Wiley do it because she's now an entomologist. So you'll
Is it on?
It's not on.
Is it on?
yeah, 1 second. Good.
No, it's not on.
Hello? Okay. Okay. I know everyone's mentioned the conversation around how this hive affects a lot of our economic value with crops. And so I just wanted to ask about, like, could an environmental factor like a drought here in Kansas influence that hive loss? And what can farmers do to be educated? And what kind of technology and research could we bring to the table to address that issue and that possible impact on that hive loss?
Yeah, great. So that's all the time I have. I know it's a really good question. Yeah, drought. So as you think about, right, plants in response to water, for sure, if you have more we call a dearth, then all of a sudden you're going to have a time in the year where, right, you're not getting the flowering amounts that you need because there's not enough moisture. And then there's just less forage, and then the bee health, all those things start to slowly decline, which is why for a managed species, you often see feeding, right? You're going to feed them supplemental sugars to make sure that they have enough resources during those times. Those are ways in which we can do it. And in terms of like more natural ways, like it was just like I was mentioning, is to have, specifically pollinated or pollinator friendly, right, forage for bees in this case, or for honeybees for this case, in areas that maybe have just been kind of unnoticed, or just I don't have time to do that. These are the things we're thinking about, is because if you look at regenerative agriculture and that kind of mindset, is really farming at the farmscape, right? Not just a field, it's like everything that's around it. So if you start to look at those suboptimal areas, which I mentioned earlier, and start to put like the species in there that can do better in Kansas, that are more adapted to Kansas, that are more adapted to really adverse and sometimes diverse environments, things that you can do is like think about what's planted and what you're in control of and what you're not in control of. Sometimes it's your neighbors you're not in control of, but you can communicate with to say, hey, if you're growing soybean, there's actually, a slight yield bump if I've got my bees here. So don't just spray fungicides prophylactically unless you really need them, because those fungicides could actually cause impacts on my bees and their behavior. Or at least tell me when you're doing that, so that way I can. Right, that way I can just say, hey, I'm gonna cover these up. Just tell me when you're gonna do it. This is being communication, so it does take partnerships. And as far as the technology goes, right, it might be like, how do we plant that? Like, these are really not great areas. So how do we do that effectively, cheaply, right? Making sure we get really good establishment. That's where I think some of the technology could play. At the end of the day, you're still gonna need humans to do a lot of these things. So that creates potential jobs. This is why we're working with Valor and the veterans. We're welcome to work with anybody that's kind of interested in that kind of space, because I think that's an underdeveloped area in terms of how do we best serve the industry, realizing not everybody wants to be a beekeeper. That's fine, but there's people that want to help. It's like not everybody wants to be a farmer, right? Not everybody wants to be a farmer, but there's so much you can do to help support the farmer. Anyway, I feel like I'm over. Thank you so much. I appreciate the time. I'll be around for a little bit for questions, but happy to reach out anytime. So thank you all.
That was great.
Yes.
Tell them short. So, I guess as I had asked Dr. Goldman for quite some time to come here, I've been trying because I'm just so proud of him. In my introduction, and I thank you, Dr. McCartney, you really set the tone to get people to get ready for this dialogue. It's because one, he is a great friend, and he went to the University of Arkansas and Iowa State. So like when he was leaving Iowa State, I was coming back from Sri Lanka and I went to Penn State. So the 90s was a good year, because in the 90s, those of us that got our PhDs in the 20th century, Dr. Goldman, I really see now how we were setting the tone for the National Society of Manners, that we were really the foundation. That, I guess, to give an example, you go to holidays, you have the people to sit at the big table and then the kids were at the little table. Well, in the 90s, that's, I think, when the transition that Dr. Goldman and myself, we were at the big table. We were no longer the kids at the little table. And the baton from Dr. Henson and this individuals like Eric Fels and all of them, it was passed to us. So he was corporate and really started the things for the National Society of Manners for the graduate level, because we had so much going on for undergrads. And we started manners because we couldn't go to the traditionally white associations and do our presentations and everything. We were still in that era. So he was a part of setting that tone, and I was coming like behind him, all of us. And some of our colleagues, they went corporate, but then like individuals like myself, I stayed in academia. So his human part and the part where he's Dwayne, the part that we really appreciate, he's a father. He has 2 children. So proud of his daughter that has her PhD, and she's you were just telling me last night she's at a history at North Carolina Chapel Hill. I didn't know that. And then his son, who's a junior, Dale, and then he's married to Deborah Collins Goldman. And where he really relates with us, Dale Cam Farm. It's a row crop farm in Southeast Arkansas. That's his foundation where he's there. Then governmental, when again, just so proud of him when he was the arm, if you will, the advisory arm to our past USDA secretary. And so I know he's going to talk about that where he has been like the eyes and ears, where he's been that voice for us in DC. But then he has that corporate arm too, where he was with Monsanto, American Cyanide. He has that truly combination to be able to talk to us. But I'm just so proud that he said yes, because I did. I just text him and I said, hey, I need you to come and talk to our group. And it's always good when you have a friend. And I try to get Charles and the students to see from the 90s and then to now in the 21st century, you just don't know how when you started as friends and you can consistently evolve that he was up there at USDA and I could still text him and say, Dwayne, I need you. And then everybody else would start to go then. I'm just so incredibly proud of him. Even when the part I left off was with the National Black Growers, when he was there and really serving in that group. And then they actually came to us in Nicodemus to see us. And then that's when he was the senior advisor for racial equity with USDA. But in any event, I just want to, and I thank you. I know I tease you and I talk, but I'm so proud and I'm so happy that you did not find it robbery to drive and bring your brother to come here and speak to the Kansas Black farmers. So now people can see the person I brag on and I'm so proud of that's going to come here in front of us. So now I'm going to introduce to some on Zoom and present to others on Zoom and in public, Dr. Dwayne Goldman.
Good morning.
Morning.
You know, Zia, you had me there for a minute. I was wondering who you were talking about.
I bring it.
No, seriously, it is indeed a pleasure to be able to spend a few minutes with you. And I asked Zelia and Dr. Holmes, so what do you want me to talk about? You know, so the first thing I wanted to clear up was a lot of people when we had an administration change in November of 24, you know, the country decided it wanted to go a different direction, right? I get it. So I had made a lot of friends and had tried to help a lot of people. And so I got a lot of calls from November to January, you know, between the election and the inauguration. People asking, "Now you going to stay, right?" I'm like, "Well, no, probably not, because I'm a Biden appointee, and at a minimum, when there's a major change, all the appointees are gone." In fact, I didn't know that then, but even if the Democrats had remained control of the White House, all the presidential appointees have to resign, right? And then get reassigned if the incoming administration so desires. Well, it didn't take long for me to figure out that that probably wasn't going to happen. For the first time in USDA's history, the powers that be decided that they wanted a senior advisor to the Secretary of Agriculture to work on racial equity. And that was me, the first ever. But in preparing to come here, I asked both Zelia and Dr. Wiley and Dr. Holmes, what do you people want to hear about? And they said, well, they'll probably be interested in how you got to where you have gotten. Okay, it's kind of hard to talk about yourself sometimes, but okay. And Zelia explained that there were students here that might look up to me as, you know, an example of things that could happen. And I take that seriously because I think it's important. So I thought what I would do would kind of three things. And I'm not going to talk for an hour. Now she called him my brother. I call him my driver. No, really, that is my brother. It's a great day whenever I get to spend some time with him. I'll tell you more about that. So I thought I would tell you a little bit about myself.
this is still January 30th, right?
Yeah.
A couple of weeks ago, we celebrated Martin Luther King Day. And I thought I would talk a little bit about that. Celia blessed me with a pen last night and I got her on now. Because I think not only was he a hero of mine, but I think he was a hero for a lot of people. And I wanted to use that to put things kind of in perspective. And then the other thing I want to talk about is kind of where we are today. And I'll focus on agriculture. Because as you will soon find out, at heart, I'm a farmer. I am a third generation farmer, 10 of 11 kids, grew up on a small farm, and went through probably the normal process that most farm kids go through. You like it when you're a kid because it's kind of neat to see equipment moving around, animals, foraging, doing their thing. And you're like, hey, this is pretty cool. I think I want to do this. Well, I made a tactical error when I was about 4 or 5 years old. We grew soybeans and cotton and vegetables. And typically what we would do was, in the summertime, 10 of 11 kids, 8 boys, 3 girls. I'm the baby boy. I got a little sister. And this was before all this cultural sensitivity was around. So I would get teased heavily about having to stay home with the girls, or all the boys went to the field, because you can't take it. You got to stay with the girls. So you hear this about a month and a half, and it starts to get into your psyche, right? So I cut up, I acted a fool, and convinced my dad that I can go, I can hang out with the big boys, I can do this. And so after stomping around there for a week or so, he said, okay, come on. So at about 4 or 5 years old, he takes a hoe, he cuts the handle off to fit me, and I'm going to the field to chop cotton.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, the first hour or so, now in Southeast Arkansas, in the morning it gets, in the early morning it's kind of warm. Midday it gets hot. And in the evening it's hotter than Hades out there. So the first hour or so, this is really cool. They cracking jokes. The biscuits and bacon are working, everything is fine. About 10 o'clock, the sun gets up overhead, and I'm like, I'm questioning the wisdom of this decision that I just made. So about noontime, when the lunch bell rang, I'm like, okay, I've had enough jokes. I can take all the teas, and I ain't going back this afternoon because this will be even hotter. I was 4 hours late because Dad had figured out that I could, and so I became part of the chopping crew. We would pick vegetables, and then we'd go to the field and we would chop. And I started hating it, I ain't doing this. I'm going to study. I'm going to get an education. I'm getting out of here. I don't know where I'm going. I know where I'm not going. But as a teenager, I'll say the rhythm of agriculture kicked in. So you start asking questions, Reverend, about why do you do this when you do this? Why do you plant this before you do this? And sometimes my dad would tell me. Sometimes he'd send me on a journey to find out. And so that led a quest for me to become a farmer myself. And so by the time I graduated high school, I knew that I was going to be a farmer. So I went to the University of Arkansas with the sole intention of learning all I could about the science of agriculture. I majored in agronomy, ma'am, back here. Took entomology courses. Ag business was my minor. I was going to go to the University of Arkansas. I was hell-bent on graduating in 4 years, and then I was going to go farm. Well, this was 1985 when I graduated. Farm economy was pretty bleak, kind of like it is now. Farming wasn't feasible. So I took a job at Extension, figured out that if I was going to have any responsibility, I was going to have to at least get a master's degree. So I went back to the university, got a master's in soybean breeding, got bitten by the research bug, went on to Iowa State, got a PhD, thinking I'm going to be a professor. And industry came calling. So I spent like 30 years in the agriculture industry doing a number of things. But shortly into that, I backed into an opportunity to farm myself. And I started farming on my own. Dale Cam was created in 1997. This will be my, 29th crop, I think, coming up. And in that, I learned a lot of stuff. So the one thing I learned was I listened to a lot of different kinds of music. I love jazz. I listen to blues. There's a blues singer called Big Bill Brunze. Anybody ever heard of him? Big Bill was from Mississippi, had an interest in life. Started working when he was a kid, one of 21 kids, I believe. And he was doing this interview, and this guy asked him, "Big Bill, when did you decide to be a blues singer?" In his own way, he said, I didn't decide to be a blues singer. He said, "You can't decide to be a blues singer. I was born a blues singer.
Right.
I didn't pick blues. Blues picked me." And that's kind of the way I feel about farming. Like, through all those decisions, I really like farming. And I think that's what I was born to do. But as God would have it, when I started farming on my own, a lot of the things that I had learned and taught about in the industry, I knew the agronomic side of farming, the business side of farming, and the advocacy side of farming had escaped me. So here I was 3 or 4 years in, and for the first time, folks, I myself experienced discrimination, and it felt terrible. And I remember every time I talk about this, I say, I'm not going to let it get to me. But when I think about the things that happened, it's hard not to let it get to me. So when I experienced discrimination, like a lot of folks, it felt like it was just me. I quickly learned through speaking up, that it wasn't just me. Nobody cared enough about Dwayne Goldman to pick on me. It was more about the way I looked and what I was trying to do, and the fact that I got out of my prescribed lane. And I thought, what a travesty. So I started to fight back, first locally, then more broadly. And while I was doing my day job at Cyanamid and then at Monsanto, I started creating a network of folks that had gone through similar things. Yeah, first, some of them Black because of what they looked like, but there were also women and Native Americans and Latinos and people because of religious beliefs and backgrounds. And I started speaking up. And so I started advocating, and it was through my advocacy work, I think, that I started to get noticed. I served on the Vilsack's first term as Secretary of Ag. President Obama was in office, and he rejuvenated what was called the Minority Farmer Advisory Committee. Because of some of the work that I was doing, I was asked to serve on that, and I served on that, and it expanded my horizons. I served 2 years on that. In fact, 2 terms rather. And then when Trump was president the first time, in the final year of his administration, he also made an effort to rejuvenate the Minority Farmer Advisory Committee. And I hesitated, and I said, I don't think this is a genuine effort, but I was convinced that I needed to serve, and so I did. And I did that for like 6 months. So I served actually 3 terms on that committee, made some recommendations, some of which were implemented, some of which were tabled, as happens. But what I learned there was the value of speaking up. In the latter half of my career at Monsanto, I spent in government affairs. Government affairs, now I'm an agronomist by training. All my degrees are in agronomy. I always consider myself, I wanted to be technically prepared for any discussion that I was going into, whether it was about controlling sugarcane aphids. I'm sure that was a milo grain sorghum field you were in, is that correct? Because they were flat devastated. Or cotton or soybeans or whatever. I wanted to be technically prepared for the discussion that I was going into. So when I went into government affairs, I took that same mantra with me. I wanted to be technically prepared for the discussion that I was going into. And if that was talking to the Secretary of Ag on recommendations that the minority farming community needed, so be it. If that was talking to Capitol Hill brother on how GMOs should coexist with non-GMOs and organics, I wanted to be technically prepared and represent all sides of the issue. And I try to do that from a technical perspective. And I did that with some success, because when President Biden was elected in November of 2020, and Tom Vilsack came back as the Secretary of Ag. He called me and said that he wanted to do a better job around specifically racial equity. And he asked about some of the concerns that were with his first two administrations, and we had a long conversation. And he said, well, I'm convinced that equity is a major priority of this incoming administration. And he said, I want to do a better job, and I want to surround myself with people that can help me do a better job. So what I want you to do, because then I was the executive director of the National Black Growers Council. I had advised that group, helped start it, advised it for about 10 years. When I retired from industry, they talked me into being their executive director. I told them, I'm going to give you 2 or 3 years because I want to get back to the farm. Well, that first year was 2020. It was a COVID year. Things went crazy. And then late in 2020 is when I got that call. And so what Tom Vilsack told me was that he wanted to do a better job. So he wanted a list of people that could help him do a better job. And then just as he was about to hang up, he said, I want you in your capacity as head of NBGC to send me a list of people that can help me do a better job. And he said, and I hope your name is on that list. And I thought, wow, fat chance of that. Because DC is a long way from Wabaseka, Arkansas, where my farm is. But I thought about it, and I talked to my trusted circle, family, friends, those black farmers that I was advocating for, and they said, you got to go. I said, wait a minute, I thought I was doing a pretty good job here. They said, no, you got to go, because imagine what you could do from DC. It would be much easier to do those things from DC than to try and do them from your position as the leader of us. And I thought, okay. And then my daughter, who is an interesting character, she's your soror, but she says, well, Dad, as I see it, you can shout from Wabaseka, Arkansas, and hope that he hears you, or you can go to DC and whisper in his ear. That's all. Girl, get off this phone. But I thought about it. I thought about the wisdom of that statement. So long story short, I served, and I was proud of some of the things that we were able to do. But I went through that dialogue because I wanted you to understand who was talking to you. I told Zelia, I'm not going to try and talk for an hour. Give me about 5-10 more minutes, and then I want to hear from you, okay? A couple of weeks ago, I had the pleasure of speaking at a MLK Commission event in Fort Smith, Arkansas, where I lived at one point. And the theme of their conference was Hope in Action, Inspiring Our Future. Now, Zelia was talking about me. I'm going to share with you the wisdom of one Zelia Wiley. Unbeknownst to her, when I was at the department, there were days when I didn't think we were doing enough. And I didn't feel like I was being listened to. There were days when I said, to hell with this, I'm out. And as I was reaching for my doorknob, I would get this text. It happened numerous times, folks, from Zelia that would have this scripture or a word of encouragement that, unbeknownst to you, had a major impact on me. What's ironic is this morning, as I'm sitting down eating breakfast, I get my text from Zelia, and it says, what's funny is it was from the book of Job. And it said, Job 8:7, and though you started with little, you will end with much. And I thought, wow, because just a couple of weeks ago, I had talked about Job, who was a farmer, a rancher, a cattleman, had gained successes that were beyond comprehension, and then over a series of challenges had those things stripped away as a test of his faith. And just below, that was chapter 7th verse, but just below that, I talked about the 11th through the 14th verse, where Job himself was talking about hope. And he talked about the rush, which is a wetland species needing mire muck soils to thrive. And the flag plants needing water to survive, while other plants would wither away. And he goes on to talk about the strength or the quality of hope and how it should impact our lives. So are the paths of all that forget God, and the hypocrites' hope shall perish. Whose hope shall be cut off, and whose trust shall be a spider's web. So all this is in Job. I thought it ironic that Zelia would be connected enough to me to send me scripture on Job. And I can't make this stuff up. All I can say is thank you, sister. And I thought about hope, and I thought about Dr. King when one of his quotes was, you know, the measure of a man is not what you do when things are good and calm. And he said the real measure of man is what you do in times of turmoil and turbulence. And it's kind of ironic again that here I am, and I think that yellow line out there is in the middle of MLK Drive, and here we are right here talking about that. And I say, you know, one of my spiritual leaders, one of my heroes, and I can't say that I knew the man because when he did his dream speech over the National Mall, which I used to could see out my window, I was a month old, folks.
My Lord.
August of '63, I was a month old. For those of you trying to do the fast math, I'm 62. Yeah. So yeah. That also is not lost on me. But I think about the priorities of that administration that I went to DC under. Those things that were important: climate change, adapting our agricultural systems to operate in a climate, you can call it what you want to, regenerative ag, whatever, but it's a fact that the climate that we're working in, the climate that we're farming in, is a little hotter, a little cooler, colder, a little wetter, a little drier, you know. So folks, due to no single person in this room or no single profession in this room, this place we call Earth has been compromised in its ability to buffer itself, which is why we have more violent cold spells and hot spells and tornado season, okay? No need to panic. There are certain things that we can do. Another priority was market accessibility, increasing access to markets, food and nutrition insecurity, and I'm going to say it, diversity and equity and inclusion, making sure that this, in this case, the Department of Agriculture, but I would say that the Kansas State campuses of the world, the land-grant universities, the other educational institutions, making sure that those institutions are reflective of the population that we're trying to serve. Okay, that's the root meaning to me of diversity and equity. And then there was a distinct focus on racial equity, which fell under my purvey. That was my portfolio, working within the department to make sure that those key issues were met, and then working outside the department to do some things that were really important, restoring trust among our customers, making sure that we show up the right way, making sure that one segment of agriculture doesn't impede on the other segments of agriculture. Now, I'll have to share with you that in my career, I went through kind of a transformation. I told you I grew up chopping cotton. So when herbicides came out, and you could see the difference between those places where herbicides were sprayed and where they weren't, it was life-changing for me because all of a sudden cotton chopping got easier. In fact, cotton chopping went away because there were products that you could use responsibly to take the place of hoeing cotton. I was glad to see that. So when I joined Monsanto, we were right on the cusp of biotechnology. And I thought, man, this stuff is great. And I'll say, suffice it to say, after being a product manager in soybeans, and I was there when we launched Roundup Ready soybeans. As a technical manager, I was doing research when we launched Bogart and Bogart 2, the BT cotton, the BT corn. But I went through a transformation because I used to think everybody needs this stuff. But about midway through, I was at a small farmers conference at the University of Arkansas in Pine Bluff in my backyard where I knew most of the people in the audience, right? Knew them intimately, had played with their kids, had stolen watermelons from their field, had done all this kind of stuff, right? But they weren't like everybody here now, most of you are looking at me. Most of them weren't. They were calling BS with their eyes and their body language because I was telling them about Roundup Ready soybeans and how it could impact their farms. And they said, Dwayne, you're missing the point. We don't grow 1,000 acres of soybeans. We got 50. And the higher seed cost doesn't work for us. And just about, I caught myself, just about as I was about to explain that, well, the data that I just shared was per acre. I thought, Dwayne, that's probably not going to land well either. So I look in the back of the room, and Dr. English is a good friend of mine. I used to work for him when I was an undergrad, but he's now the small farm director at UPP. I said, Henry, you're going to have to help me work through this. What I want to do, and I'm going on blind faith. So what I want to do is put half a dozen, 10 or so locations on farmers in this room across the state of Arkansas to show how this product works on their farms. And we did it. And it turns out that the benefits were greater because weed control was more of a limiting factor. And when Roundup Ready soybeans first came out, weed resistance wasn't an issue. It was better technology. So we took that, we expanded it to across the 1890 family. Did some at Tuskegee, same results. Southern University, same results. Across South Carolina State, North Carolina, all same results. And so as a technical manager, you would think that the proud thing was that, yeah, I showed them, but that wasn't it. The key learning for me was that, and this comes back to my job at USA, the key learning for me was that, what's more important in all of this is reaching people where they are. Being respectful, humbling yourself to reach people where they are. So I spent a life's work trying to do just that. Right. And I realized that I'll pick on my old company on Monsanto, now Bayer, but if we had spent as much time engaging with people like yourselves and other people in the community to explain the benefits of biotechnology, but also to understand the concerns about GMOs and the like and reach people where they are, I think the company would have been in a better position. I take that learning to look at where we are now at USDA and in this country, right? And so we see things now, and I'll just mention a couple. When AI is used, we were talking about this earlier, to target things based on signal words, minority, equity, diversity. When it's used to target things based on signal words and taken out, I think that's a pretty broad brush that needs to be evaluated because all of that stuff is not bad. Right. Some of that is sorely needed. And if we just ask ourselves in terms of equity, equity I define as giving people what they need to be equal, right? By way of example, you might have heard this one. If that light bulb here is 15 feet, I'm 6 feet tall, and you give me a 10-foot ladder that allows me to reach up and change it, we're okay. But if someone is 5 feet tall and you give them that same ladder, guess what?
You can't reach the light bulb.
They can't reach the light bulb. They're still in the dark. So we were given equal things, but it wasn't equitable because they needed an extra foot. And that's the way I look at equity. So when you look at, and I say that to say, when we look at where we are, now I'm a urban ag. I'm getting to you now. So how many of you would call yourselves farmers? By show of hands. Okay. Any row crop farmers in here? Corn, soybean, grain sorghum. Yeah. Wheat. Any urban farmers in here? Hoop houses, greenhouses, any vegetable farmers in here? Any raised bed gardening? Yeah. Any ranchers growing? Okay. My thing is now, at this stage in my life with these gray hairs I've earned, it's not about making me as a row crop farmer, giving me more resources than I give you as an urban farmer. It's not about pitting one against the other as much as it should be about making sure that each of us have equitable resources to get ourselves out of the dark. Okay. And if we think about it that way, when we look at data, there shouldn't be any surprises. If we don't have the type of research that will tell us, brother, how GMOs, seeds affect honeybees, we need to speak up and get that kind of research. Because I suspect, based on my knowledge of GMO seeds and the requirements that it takes to get one passed, that it's probably not the seed itself. It's probably the neonicotinoid seed treatments that go on that seed that impact honeybee populations, as you just so aptly described, right? But to you, when all the seed is treated with that, because it's done at a minimal cost to buffer from certain things, then the real issue is maybe what's the impact of those seed treatments on that, right? So we have to separate those things out. But the thing is, in agriculture, we should all be given the opportunity to operate without impeding on our neighbors, right? Secondhand smoke should not be a problem in agriculture. I've seen this thing that says, and you might have seen it occasionally, excuse me, Reverend, I like a beer after a long day. So, when we drink some beers, there's another natural process that has to happen. And when you're smoking the secondhand smoke, we've learned that now secondhand smoke can be dangerous. And, so we have to monitor that. Just like if we were drinking beer, you wouldn't want to secondhand beer to get spilled on your feet or on your legs, right? So it's the same kind of thing. We should be able to enjoy whatever it is that we do. We should be able to produce in our agricultural systems without impeding on others. And I think that's a thing that we'll have to continue to challenge in the environments that we operate in. It's the thing about being for agriculture. I used to hear the secretary talk about, we called it in the department, we called it the whiteboard speech, but it's about how we create circular economies. So if you take these products that are produced from urban gardens or whatever, and you connect with a local restaurant and you provide that, it shortens the miles that are on products that are used to produce a safe and healthy food supply, and it actually can work. And so we have to do that. But when we do that, we have to also make sure, because our food system, I know it has some flaws, and we saw that during the COVID year, right? But our food system is pretty efficient. When still in the U.S., only about 2% of the population are actively engaged in production agriculture. So when 2% can feed the other 98% or the 100% of us, that's a pretty efficient system. But what we saw is that there's some fault lines in that, right? So when our systems get to a point where we're so dependent on a single processor or a single meat packing plant, we have to look at ways to diversify and make that more sustainable. And I think that's what's missing now when we look at that. So what do we do? What would Dr. King say if he was here? He'd probably challenge us to speak up and talk about those things that are important to us. He would probably tell us to think about things that could be done to make this system better without, again, impeding on our neighbors in doing what they do. I think that's what this is more about than anything. That's the thing that I've learned. Let me stop. I've been talking a lot. I'm going to stop, Dr. Wiley, and just ask if there are any questions. Everything is fair game. I don't have a script to follow. I don't have talking points I have to worry about. I'm going back to the farm. So go ahead. Let me have it.
Let me have it. Considering your background in the industry, right now there's a bill being railroaded through the state legislature in Kansas, House Bill 2476, that will absolve the companies from any liability for what might be caused. So that's basically, when you look at it, Roundup and cancer. But as your previous speaker just said, that could be honeybees. That could be way beyond just that topic. So I guess what's your opinion of what's happening in our country right now where this is being railroaded through to absolve the companies from liability?
Great question. The answer that I would offer up is in most cases, there's at least two sides to every story.
At least two.
At least two,
Yeah.
and sometimes three or four. We got triangles, squares, pentagons, hexagons, and all those other guns, because it could be multiple sided. What's important to get this right is to make sure that all those sides are brought to the table. So I haven't seen House Bill 2476. I haven't seen it, but I think it's important that all sides of that issue be brought up, right? So for a company to be able to absolve itself from any downstream unintended consequences sounds scary to me, right? Now, I told you I'm a farmer. This whole Roundup glyphosate litigation has been intriguing to me. I left the company right when it was taken off, and I didn't leave because of that, okay? But it's been intriguing to me because as a farmer, and if you any of your farmers, I think you raised your hand. What do you grow?
Mostly beef cow-calf.
Beef cow-calf.
They have some corn and
Corn, yeah. So have you ever used Roundup Ready corn? What? Yeah.
yes.
So yeah, no, yeah, I've used it, right? And the Roundup that I purchased at the retailer or the co-op is concentrate. 1 gallon will cover 6 acres. I put that out and I handle raw product that I'm putting in my sprayer. Folks, a Coke can, a 20-ounce bottle of Coca-Cola. Can you imagine that going in a 10-gallon jug and being spread evenly across an acre of land? An acre is about a football field.
Mm-hmm.
So the amount of actual Roundup that's in that is pretty small, right? But I'm handling raw product, as are the 250-some thousand farmers we have. They're handling raw product. I have yet to be presented with a single case where any of those people have gotten cancer or any of the things that we hear about from handling Roundup. The people that tend to have the most negative impacts from that are like groundskeepers or people with incidental contacts that are handling mostly diluted product. And I can't understand how that happens. It would seem that if it were truly a dangerous product, that the people that would be at most risk would be the farmers that are handling concentrated product. Mm-hmm. So that tells me that there's something else going on there, and I hadn't been smart enough to figure it out. And then the attorneys got involved, and you got class actions, and you see these, and so it's really spinning out of control. But I think someone needs to look at the root impacts of what's happening. There's probably 2 or 3 sides to that story, and I think we have yet to hear the truth on that, okay? But I'll take this back to your original question. Just in case there is some responsibility of the company that manufactures that product, for the company to be able to disconnect, to absolve itself from that, to me sounds short-sighted. And I would encourage you that have opinions about that to make sure that it starts, they tell me all politics start local, right? So it's your state rep, your state senator, your U.S. rep, your U.S. senator. Make sure that they understand the other sides of that issue that keep you up a little late at night, because it's going to be important that they get this right, because ultimately, whether you voted for them or not, whether you are in the party that they're in or not, they are your representative, and they have a responsibility to represent the needs of all of their citizens.
You don't know politics in Kansas City.
No, I probably not. Probably not.
It's railroading.
Okay, I got you. Any other?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be disappointed if an agronomist didn't ask another agronomist a question, ma'am. So I really appreciate your hand going up.
So I actually have 2 questions. So my first question is, how do we support our farmers with current pushback coming from administration and then current policies, whether that's taking in variables like crop insurance, and then looking at a mental health aspect for our farmers. How do we continue to support our farmers throughout this time?
I don't know. Actually, um, I don't know how to just nail that one where you're going to write this down and run and do it. But I'll tell you some of the components that are important, okay? And that is that people understand your position. So when you're supporting farmers, whether it's, as you said, railroading this bill through, or whether it's stripping away funding that comes to USDA, that comes down through Kansas State University, it goes out to other people. It's important that people understand the impacts of the decisions that are being made. And so we were just talking about honeybees, right? If it's important for you to do additional research on honeybees, I'm a believer in the land grant system, research, extension, and teaching. It starts with research, right? Because the research has to support the decisions that are being made. If it's research focused, it becomes less controversial, right? But if you don't have the dollars to generate the kind of research that's needed to formulate those opinions, it doesn't work well. So really what I see a need for is when people make assumptions about what's needed and they get it wrong, they need to be enlightened on what the real issues are and what those resources need to be. You as a student, as a farmer, or whatever, you have the ability to do that. In government affairs, the common saying is that if you're not at the table, you're probably on the menu. Meaning that when the key priorities are being set, and I've seen this happen, when the key priorities are being set, when the resources are being divided, those folks need to understand all sides of the issue. And so what you have to do from your position, from your vantage point, is make sure that your sides of the issue are being presented. And that's just called advocacy at the ground level. And I can guarantee you from experience, I shouldn't say guarantee. I can share with you that from experience, the more you do it, the easier it becomes, because you bring forward an issue, you see that issue being debated and talked about, you see a positive outcome, and it kind of empowers you. It's like, okay, well, here's the next one, and you just keep going. But it's important that we do that, man, because not doing that gives people the unfortunate luxury of being able to say, well, I didn't know. I didn't know that. I didn't know that was important. I didn't know. So we have to remove the I didn't know excuse and make sure those issues are being brought to the forefront. That was the second part to your question.
So next one is, how do we navigate, I know that there's been reported that the food insecurity census isn't going to be passed along anymore for this year. So how do we navigate?
Start over. You just kicked in and I couldn't hear you.
So I know that the food insecurity report is no longer being passed and that information and data is no longer being collected. So how do we navigate to understand and see like the data that people are going food insecure in our nation? How do we navigate, that data that's lost and that's no longer being reported?
So yeah, she's an agronomist, John Ella. Where'd you two things there, okay? When you say the report is no longer being generated, why is that? And there's a part of me that says we need to ask that question more. If food insecurity and having factual information about food insecurity is important, we need to start making it known that we need that information. And in the event that you don't get that information from the historical sources, you have the ability to become an expert. You have the ability to say that, okay, we don't have food insecurity. Where are we? In central Kansas? Is that what you call this? Kind of toward the eastern side? What do you call this? Mid Kansas?
Mid Central.
So you get to say in Central Kansas, we have a food security issue. And you get to explain how you have a food security issue. We have people in the rural parts that are 50 miles away from the nearest place where they can get fresh fruits and vegetables. We have our elderly citizens that don't have access to transportation that can't get to critical care facilities or restaurants or whatever. You have the ability to define that, and you put the administration in the position of having to refute that, which is going to be difficult to do because the data ain't there, right? Okay. So if traditional sources of data are being taken away, you have the ability, the option of using information that's at your access to redefine the problem. And I'll share this with you, whether you're talking about local government in Kansas or federal government, when you define the problem, I would encourage you to offer up one or two solutions to the problem. Don't count on people being smart enough to figure out. If you were smart enough to figure out the problem, you probably have some very useful information as to the solutions to that problem. And I've seen that happen time and time again.
And I was going to say too that with the food insecurities, working for a government entity for as long as I have, I know in Wyandotte County, that's the one thing we kind of talk about a lot is the food insecurities, you know. And I think the numbers and the research are great, but I think it also gets back to people in community, because grocery store, 25-mile radius from a grocery store, you know, there's food insecurity. You know, we have the issue with transportation and people not even be able to get to the nearest grocery store. So I think sometime where there's people that face those insecurities, they may not necessarily know about the numbers in the research. It's more about the people in the communities, because if you know that there's not a grocery store in a 25-mile radius or 50-mile radius, there's a food insecurities, and it's usually affecting the urban core individuals. I know in Wyandotte County, it's affecting those urban core individuals who doesn't have the transportation, and the grocery store closed up a long time ago, and it's, you know, you can't get to it. So I think that speaks a lot to it, not necessarily the research, but the people in the communities. Because you know what communities don't have grocery stores.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
May I ask a question?
Right.
That on the
Hey,
wait a minute.
Mr. Goldman.
Wait a minute. You wouldn't by chance happen to be in Missouri, would you?
Yes, sir.
Are you at Lincoln University, sir, or anywhere near there?
Yes, sir.
This is the Kansas Black Farmers Association meeting, sir.
I understand.
So how are you doing, man? I'm sorry.
God bless you.
Go ahead.
It's good to see you. I heard you speak wonderfully today. I just want to know when you're going to run for Arkansas, senator from Arkansas, because we're going to need somebody in power in Washington, D.C. to restore this after this administration goes.
That's right.
You know, so I just want to know, I don't a whole lot of times have a whole lot of money, but I would contribute to your campaign if you want to run from senator from Arkansas, because you know, they think the blue thing is coming back. I'm speaking not as an employee, I'm speaking as a private citizen. So that allows me to speak as a private citizen. I think that because we're going to have somebody up there that you know, can get on the ag committee and help restore things once this administration is gone.
Webster, good seeing you, brother. I still got to get up there. Webster is a carrot delegate for Lincoln University. Does a great job. I've gotten to know him over the years, my time at USDA. So good to hear from you. Let me clear the air. A good day for me. The first tractor I bought was a 4840. Okay, and I still got it. That's my baby. We got some that are bigger, but that's my baby. A day on that 4840 is a good day for me. And I'm trying to get more days with you. So I don't see I don't see running for political office in my future. And if God has that for me, he hadn't shared that with me yet. But I do appreciate the acknowledgement. Yeah.
The one other thing I want to say is I think that we need to help teach, especially the young farmers coming behind us, is that it's important to plant the political seeds as it is to plant the seed in the ground.
Right.
Now that is absolutely true, Mr. Davis, and that's a good point. And I used to think of politics as kind of a, you hear lawyer jokes, you hear politician jokes. I used to think of politics as kind of one of those things that you really had to train and grow up in. But for politics, to me now simply means making sure that the people that are representing you understand your issues, and you can count on other people to do that, or you can take an active role in doing that. When you take an active role in doing it, when you start speaking up, you become involved in politics, and that's not a bad thing. So yes, making sure that people understand has to be an important part of what we do. Making sure that we are given the freedom to operate is very important. So thanks for bringing that point up, Mr. Davis.
Thank you.
Also works for KBFA.
I stand corrected, Mr. Davis. I'm sorry. My joke just did not fly.
I also work for Lincoln University and KBFA.
Wow. I'm getting deeper and deeper. I'm gonna get my driver for not informing me. Go ahead.
However, I'm not gonna tease you. Okay? Well, my question is has there been work done to
Thank you.
lessen the gap between what small farmers make off of their produce and what it takes to run the farm? Because there's a big gap there between the actual income from what's produced on the farm and what the farmers need. So we have to depend on subsidies and grants all the time.
I'll have to look at it now because, Mr. Moten, I really don't know. I've spent a lot of time trying to get my little farm back up to snuff after being gone, in and out. I will say this. I know when I was at USDA a short time ago, there was a serious effort in how to improve the safety net, I'll call it, for vegetable farming. With commodities, it's easy. And what makes it easy is the fact that those products can be stored for a long period of time. And when you can store products for a long period of time, it gives you the ability to put in price supports that allows you to more properly mitigate market forces that happen over a long period of time, right? Okay. When you're dealing with produce, that's not necessarily the case. You pick it, you sell it, or you smell it because it's going to start to ruin, right? It doesn't store well. Yeah. And so that creates a challenge as to how you do that. But I am aware, and in fact, was able to provide some recommendations after talking with people that were urban farming and vegetable producers, and looking at ways to simplify, for instance, whole farm income. So on the farm, we have a policy for our corn. We have a policy for our soybeans, cotton, milo, whatever. We have wheat. We have those policies, right? And each one of those policies kind of carries itself. In produce, and particularly when you get to smaller acreages, you might have radish, onion, garlic, and it might be in a small area. So you really can't build a program around the arugula, let's say, that you're growing. But that arugula over a season provides a certain amount of income to your bottom line. And it's based on input costs, production costs, and what you receive for your product, right? So if you look at kind of the whole farm income and the relative contributions of each of those components, you could put together a program that would improve the safety net when you have a problem with either one of those products, right? I don't know where that is right now. I heard someone say, I think it was my agronomist friend that said something about crop insurance, but that's crop insurance. We should be able to figure out how to subsidize, for lack of a better word, but how do we subsidize the income that comes from a small acreage based on a number of components that lead up to that income? We were trying to make some inroads into doing that, but I think that kind of work needs to continue because, again, as we rely on a more diverse agricultural landscape to feed, fuel, and clothe ourselves, it's going to take that kind of thinking to make sure that our American agricultural system continues to operate at the efficiencies that we've learned to appreciate. Okay.
I have the last question then. Is that okay?
Okay, it's on. Your work under Vilsack was the Equity Commission. What was your most proudest moment with that, the work that you guys produced? And what is one of the commissions that you guys created that we should be fighting for to move forward?
Thank you. I meant to talk about that. I meant to talk about the Equity Commission, and then I'm going to take the liberty of expanding that to talk about DFAP, the Discrimination Financial Assistance Program. Okay. So both the Equity Commission and that effort first appeared in the Inflation Reduction Act. They were challenged, and then reappeared in some shape, form, or format in the American Rescue Plan Act. The Equity Commission was a group of external experts that were challenged with making recommendations to the secretary that would improve equity across the department. One of the, and it was a lot of work. And me as a senior advisor, I wasn't part of the Equity Commission, but, and I'm not trying to shirk responsibility, but I played an integral role in making sure that the right kinds of questions were on the table and the right kind of issues were being addressed. And I took that role seriously. One of the things that I was proud of was that the commission kind of mirrored the priorities of the administration. Those 5 priorities I talked about, there were distinct recommendations around each of those priorities as to how USDA could better serve all the people that we are pledged to serve. They dealt with research, they dealt with extension, they dealt with student training. They dealt with more long-term problems that should have been addressed before, but weren't. The concern with that is that where is that report now? And how is it being used? I have a final report. I keep it in my office, and every now and then I'll just read through and look at those 6 or 7 critical sections that I kind of divided into. And it's important. It was stuff in there for people based on race, gender, religion, all of that. All of that was represented in that report. And I was proud of the work that we did and the fact that it covered a broad swath of issues in American agriculture. Okay. And I heard a lot of criticisms and complaints about it. And I would ask people, what would you do different? I've heard people say that it didn't address Black farmer issues enough. And I was like, tell me more about that and what's the next step? So whether it's this organization or another, I think we continue to have to take that on. The interesting thing about the Equity Commission and then the Discrimination Financial Assistance Program was that I suspected that, for instance, I've heard that, USDA is now at a point where race is no longer an issue. And I would challenge that. In DFAB, what we found was that the majority of the complaints dealt with race. And anybody want to guess what they were? So you had $2 billion spent I don't know how many what the number was. It was a large number of papers that went out. Anybody want to guess by percentage, how many of those dealt with race? How many listed race as a primary factor? Percentage wise? 75, 90, try 96%.
Oh, wow.
96% dealt with race. Of those complaints, how many of those do you think listed being black as the primary race? How many of those would be in there? Now, keep in mind, black farmers went from 14% of the farm population in the 20s to less than 2% today. But how many of the discrimination complaints do you think involve black folks by percentage?
96.
75 to 80?
Yeah.
Try 81, 80, 89%. Okay. And that was 2024 when that program was finally rolled out. Well, when it was finalized. But all the races were included. There was also religion, sexual orientation, marital status, mental capacity. All the protected classes were included, but 96% of them were due to race, right? I don't say that to try and start an argument or start some mess, but that was 2024. And when we say that we've arrived, and as late as 2 years ago, 96% of the complaints dealt with race, it tells me that there's still some work that needs to be done, because it wasn't time limited. The complaints went back to as late as, I think, the 60s and 70s. There were still a few of those people around, but the majority of them happened from 1980 on up to today. And that was not necessarily by coincidence. That was the same time that most of the class action settlements covered, right? So it stands to reason to me that if those percentages were there back then, that there are still some issues there now, to where if we had, you were talking about food deserts or food and nutrition insecurities, if we had an honest look at all the components of our programs and how they reach people, I think we could come to a pretty quick conclusion that there's still work that needs to be done. And it's not a matter of pointing the finger at me and saying, Dwayne, when you were at USDA, all this stuff happened, or any other single person or administration, as much as it should say that these are inequities in our agricultural system that we as a leading country have to address as we go forward. We're going to be serious about this work. So I just wanted to make that point. Thank you for the question.
We have a special presentation for you.
Oh.
Camera.
On behalf of KBFA and Dr. Hobbs and all of us, we want to say thank you for coming and presenting this today. And that's all.
Thank you.
I think she's our own board of director here.
We go have it. Not going to look.
Speaking. And I would tell you, ask the tough.
Surprise.
They said it would be here. See, our looks in the podium.
Even our podium needs to go. Oh, there's Will. Hurry, Will. And then you can grab a sandwich. We only came for lunch.
I'm asking about today. So the young lady that's going to get in contact with me all times of the day. Okay. Yeah, y'all stay there now. I'm doing this with our phone. I'm gonna grab mine just a second.
Like those smiles.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Now, are you getting me?
Wait.
Good.
Oh.
Send me that.
Thank you, thank you. All right, oh. So I just like to just really say to Dr. Holmes, like how much that we have grown and with your passion and with your heart. And so we're just so excited to today. And I thank Dr. McCartney, and I know you have to leave. And I really do thank Dr. Goldman. I mean, I really appreciate you coming and just doing that one-on-one and talking so everyone can know the person that I know. And I'm so proud of you. I know I don't say it enough and I bug you. And I send those scriptures because sometimes I know I need them when I'm sitting in a meeting, and I send them to him because I really be wanting to protect people from if he's gonna get a little upset. I try to protect the people too. So just thank you so much. I want to publicly thank you. I really do. Thank you.
Yeah, bro.
I just want Sydney Love to introduce herself. I'm so proud of her. And she got on that red and white. See that?
That's them devils. That's them devils.
In this house.
Bless my wife,
Oh, hi. My name is Sydney Love. I'm an undergrad. I graduated from Langston University with my Bachelor's of Science in Crop and Soil Science. And now I'm here at K-State, finishing up my master that I actually graduated in the spring. I came in through Dr. Wiley through one of her KSRE programs. I've loved it here. I'm getting ready to graduate. I'm ready to get a job, make some money.
Congratulations, Sarah. You got several in here.
Messed up.
You know what? I know we're supposed to go to you, Tammy, Dr. Counts, really quickly, but we have some supporters in here that have just been with us been with me. When I came on board in 2012, we got some things organized, and Zia says you have to be accountable. And that's how we're going to grow the organization, KBFA. Because when I came on in 2012, we only had 9 people. And that was Gil and Edgar, and all of them are gone, and Sharon. And so they had done a good job of introducing me to Mary Howe, and then Don, and then I found my joy here, Tom Buller. And when I think of you, I always want to start crying because you did something that was just so outstanding. But they have always supported the Kansas Black Farmers Association. And I just wanted, and there's Don. Yeah. And Donna McClish, she came to us in 2014 when we had the meeting right next door to your office. That's just how few people we had. And then Don them took her under the wings. And I tell you, Donna is just doing such amazing things and work. Oh my goodness, what she is doing is just unbelievable. But would you guys say, where's our microphone? Can't Tammy or here it is over. Would you guys just say hi to us, please? And at the table. Yeah, I don't want to say the white people.
Hi there.
Mary knows.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm Mary Howell. I live north of here at Frankfurt. I work with Kansas Farmers Union and Donna a lot. So I'm happy.
House. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Tom Buller with the Kansas Rural Center. Before I was on board at the Rural Center, I know there were relationships with KBFA. Really honored to carry those forward and work with you also.
Yeah. And then Mr.
Yeah, I'm Don. I don't know if you've heard, but Donna's Common Ground Project and the Kansas Farmers Union, Missouri Farmers Union was just awarded $1 million Patterson Family Grant to work with education and cooperative development, help co-ops farm across rural Kansas and a few counties in Missouri. So we're doing that with NCBA CLUSA. So we don't get near the $1 million, but we got a great project for the next 2 years that isn't tied to any federal grants.
We'll drag KBFA right along with you.
Oh, yeah, you betcha.
Drag us along.
Won't be bothering you for me.
Amen. Amen. I just love that, and her advocacy work and everything has been because you guys have taken the time to train her, to be with her, to mentor her, and that's what we need, and that's what we're going to go after a lot more. Go ahead, Don.
So one more thing about that. Right now, we have a call out for, we want a coordinator to do this across the state in a full-time position. And so across Kansas, the western part of Missouri, go to our website, the job description's there. We're taking applications right now.
We lost our 2501 and there hasn't been a new RFP, and our director, he's out there looking for a job. So I'll make sure that he finds out. Because I'd love to see that.
And then the young lady said.
Okay, the young person over there that's all right, thank you. Needs a job. Charles got enough to do for a while till he get their dissertation finished. So thank you for letting me take that time. And Bishop Drew, thank you. He's been driving our bus for the last 2 years, gave us discounts and was doing schedules that was just ridiculous and sleeping in flea bag hotel rooms that we could find out there. And everything, but we appreciate that. And I just have to acknowledge these people. And we've got some new blood coming here. Brandon, he sent me like 2.5 pages of things that he wants me to do. And I'm sending them back to him and saying, no, you're going to come coordinate all this, and he has great ideas. So we've got some real powerhouses here. And our friend from the Episcopalian Church, I can't remember your name, would you? Oh, yeah. She's the bishop.
The website. KansasFarmersUnion.org.
You can talk.
No, it's not going yet. Go ahead.
Hello.
Keep talking. There you go.
Hi. Hi, I'm Kathleen Bascom. I'm the,
Stand up, stand up.
oh, okay. Bishop of the Episcopal Church on the eastern part of the state for the last 7 years, but am working now building what we call eco-region networks, which is nature restoration, sustainable food, and faith. So we're linking people to get best practices, to inspire one another, to share resources. And I'm in the grasslands, is Kansas to Montana. But this lovely woman's cousin told me about you all, and I could come today. I have a 94-year-old mother-in-law here. So I said, I want to listen and learn, and we might want to have you at have somebody represent what you're doing at one of our conferences. I think people would be really interested. We kind of have people from large ranches to small urban, feeding gardens and prairies and things. So anyway, thanks for the moment.
Yes, thank you for being here. Our guest speaker, I've been fanning out over him for years. And so we got him in person. He's always been here for us. And when he couldn't come physically, he joined our organization via Zoom for a meeting. So Dr. Goldman, and you'll always be Dr. Goldman to me. Thank you so much. And but let me tell you, he drove here to save us money. He shared a room, which I don't do, to save us money. He would not give me the amount that he charges to speak. He says, whatever you can do, and if you can't do anything, then that's fine. Well, we can do something to help save us money. He has supported us in other ways. When we got the land access grant, and I was up at Iowa, he said, send it to me and let me look at it. But things just went so fast, and out of kilter. But so those are the kinds of supports that we need. And one of the most beautiful stories is he says, I'll be up all night talking to my brother. I haven't seen him for a little bit anyway. And so his beautiful brother and wife came out to Nicodemus on the day that they were closed. And my amazing daughter, because she has an amazing mother, opened up the facility and gave them the tour and everything. So his brother has enjoyed Nicodemus. And we thank you, Craig? Curtis, we thank you, Curtis, for being here.
Just call him my driver. And he doesn't pay his driver. He does not pay his driver.
And I love the brotherhood and you guys and your closeness that is there. Dr. Counts is going to talk for a few minutes.
15 minutes, 10 minutes.
Because wait a minute. I got something I'm going to share with y'all. And let's just keep it in here. Senator Marshall will not meet with me for some reason. I went to the Hill last week and they would not meet with us. And invited them down here trying to be equitable because we're a 501c3 and no responses. And I had a better relationship with them, I thought, when Tucker was there and was really pulling that together. And so I'm going to kind of blame it on that. So we do not have a response from Senator Marshall's office, but I kept him on our program hoping that they would at least respond and maybe come for a few minutes. So you have just about 20 minutes that you can do your thing. Then we'll eat and the restrooms are down here to your left. You can wash your hands. Will, go ahead and get your food because I know you got to go to class. Then we'll eat and then we have Latoya, who do we have?
Senator Holscher. She's running for
Governor at 12:20. So it'll be a working eating plan. Okay. Dr. Hampton. Hey. I'm bringing out the retired teacher in me. So if you'll open up your folders and get out your paper and pens, or that Walmart I bought those. What we're asked to do is to talk about the organic and GAP certification. And I am very proud to say that we were invited to write for the USDA certified organic certified grant again for a third year. And we did receive that. So I'm just going to tell you a little bit about the program and what we have in store for our farmers. The ultimate goal is to transition farmers into organic, becoming organic farmers or becoming organically certified. So our mission is to make sure that our farmers, both urban and rural, are made aware of the certification process, have an opportunity to learn that process and be able to apply to be designated as a USDA certified organic producer. So that's what we have been doing the last 2 years, and we'll continue that on into our third year. Underneath the leadership of Dr. Holmes, she and Dr. Hobbs, who will be here this afternoon, who really pushed the marketing piece, has secured us 2 buyers, commercial buyers for our farmers. So we're really going to be digging deep into the ground, making sure that we can get as many people as possible certified in both of those areas. The second certification is GAP, and that stands for Good Agricultural Practices. And then, like I said, the USDA Organic Certified certification. So what we have planned for you thus far, if I could just get you to write a couple of things down. That our mission is to build community, create a stronger mentorship with our certified and our non-certified organic farmers, and then provide technical assistance and training. That's what our mission is with this grant. That has been with that what we have done the last 3 years. And like I said, we're just pushing a little harder.
So today you're going to have an opportunity to take a needs assessment. Yes, we're going to work during lunch. And with that, I know it's a big one. It's the National Organic Assessment and Survey. And yes, it's going to take you a little while to do that. But for your efforts, we do have a gift card that we do want to give to those who complete the assessment. And that's a $50 gift card. The second thing that we have scheduled that we're going to be doing with this grant is we're going to be collecting that data to find out what our farmers need and how we can best provide that, because that in turn will lead to our mentorship program that we have designed. We're wanting to pair non-traditional or beginning farmers with USDA certified organic farmers. And we do have a list of about 12 here in the Kansas area. I haven't crossed over to Missouri, but I'm looking at the Kansas. Pairing these two farmers to farmers, so that you actually have someone out there that is doing the work, has a certificate that you can ask questions via online, via text mail, via visit a farm, be able to just communicate with someone who has actually done the work and is keeping his certification or her certification alive. The next thing that we're doing with this group is called the Growing Group, G2. And that's where we are putting together the program. Once we can get you through the process of not just the organic certification, and that's going to take a while, but get you certified as a good agricultural practice certification, then you can participate as a seller or a grower for Sodexo, Fresh Point, or for Scent. And Scent is located in Topeka. It is a community-based organization that not only provides a wealth of services, they provide housing, they provide health care, they provide food. And what we want to do is we want to grow food for them so their pantries are always stocked. And these are opportunities not just for our farmers to survive, but to thrive. And with that being said, that leads into the first four-part series offered to everyone by Dr. Lonnie Hobbs. He is an agricultural economist, and he's going to teach us how to price things and to be able to work the market. And I'm going to let him explain what it is that he's doing. But as they say, money talks and the other part walks. So if you don't know what you're going to be able to grow and price it and be able to sell it, then, you know, that puts you far, far behind in the game. So he'll be here this afternoon, starting off with one portion of our training that we're offering to everyone. The second part is that not only with the farmer to farmer mentorship program that we're going to be connecting people with, there is the one-on-one technical assistance where we do have technical people, and we have two wonderful gentlemen out of Graham County, pronouncing the names correctly, Ed Resnick.
Graham County.
He's not.
Email County.
He's in, okay.
Email.
He's in Kansas. Okay. I was saying wave. Hi, Ed. And then we have Leon Atwater. And he's in Norton. So we have other gentlemen out there who have specialized in this and that will connect with you and provide that one-on-one assistance to our farmers who may be transitioning, or a new beginning farmer who's going into the area of being certified. Then the last part of our program is that we did secure historic land in Nicodemus. We are creating the KBFA Alexander Dowdell Incubator Farm. And we're taking about 4 of the 68 acres that we have, and we're going to create specialty crops. We're going to grow specialty crops there. So we have an actual site in which we want to invite people, provide a small stipend to come out and learn how to farm in rural Kansas. And, or
you can volunteer.
Or volunteer, to learn the process, to get your hands in the soil. And then really and truly, this is the last program. We have, again, we were able to secure historic property in and on the township of Nicodemus, Ernestine's Barbecue. Now it is KBFA, Ernestine's Certified Kitchen and High Tunnels. So we're in. I got steel in the sky. That's all I asked for before the snow fell. Put some steel in the sky. So I have 2 high tunnels that are being built, measuring 20 feet by 72 feet, high tunnels, and that's where we're going to be able to grow and extend our growing year because, like I said, we want to be able to provide for scent. And then maybe late summer, I'm hoping that the Williams Hoop House will be developed on some family property. So that is what we're doing with the organic grant. And like I said, you're going to receive a flyer that will list out all those things. We're encouraging you to, if you're not a member and you haven't signed up yet, the membership is what, $25, $50 to become a member, and all of these benefits are yours. We are at your, we're here to serve you. So please join KBFA. Please participate in this grant opportunity that we have received. And the last thing, the economic series with Dr. Hobbs will start today. At the conclusion of his 4th part, then we will move into a 5-part series. I'm gonna keep you learning all year. On the same day, Thursday, where we will be going over the steps. We have the manuals, what the certification process is, walking you through that. And like I said, providing you with assistance so that you can garner that certification. So that's going to be a 5-week series every other week. And then our last visit will be an actual mock audit so that when the auditors do come, you are fully prepared. We have had a chance to look at your farms, make sure that you have everything in place because we want you to be successful the first go around. So that will start up, and that will be in our KBF newsletter as well as on our website, those dates which will occur. Okay, that's me.
Are there any questions about anything? That makes sense. Okay.
Dr. Counts did a great job of saying everything. I don't really have to say much, but the survey that we would like for you to participate, if you want to use your phone to scan this QR code, it'll take you to the survey. And it does take about 25 minutes to complete it. We do want to be, what's the word? Transparent about that. So that's why we do have the incentive of the $50 gift card once you complete it. So please do that survey for us if you can. And then also we do encourage you to get on our membership list so that you can get our emails so that we can continue to reach out to you about all of our events and programming that we have planned for this year, because we do have a lot planned for this year and we want you all to know about it and be involved.
And the one last thing for the survey, once you complete the survey, they will send you back a letter indicating, or an email indicating that you have completed. And there's some other incentives that go along with that. They're giving you free seeds. They're also giving you an opportunity to enter into a contest to win several other things that they're giving. And then what I need in order for you to get that $50 gift card from KBFA is that I need for you to email me that that last sheet, the completion code. Once I receive that, then I will go on our website, find your email, your address, and mail you your gift card, unless you live near me. Okay, bye.
Thank you. Okay. Let's go ahead. It's 12 o'clock, so let's eat, and we've got a few minutes, and we already have our the senator here, and so you'll start at
12:15, 12:20. Oh, sorry. 12:15, 12:20, and then Dr. Hobbs will be here to start his program at 12:40.
just going to bless our food really quick. Let us bow. Father God, we thank you again for the privilege to gather and to learn. We pray now blessings over the food that has been prepared, that it be nourishment to our bodies and strength to our work. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. You want to tell us anything about what you're doing at Kansas Western?
Yeah, that was not the goal, but Dr. Holmes never believed me when I told her I have an ag econ degree. I went to Southern University. No. That's not the goal. So I used to work for the old Ortho No-Till group, and then we did cotton down in San Antonio, all the way down to the Rio Grande Valley. Went out to California as a product manager, but I'm working on with Kansas Western. I'm working on a regenerative agricultural program called RIFT. We have a collaboration with Rodale. Rodale is the founder of Regenerative Ag out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We have a regenerative agricultural Rodale Simulants program that lasts from March to October. It's a really short program trying to teach farmers how to do regenerative ag. And so that is an opportunity where students can come in and learn the hands-on process of production without using chemicals. And so this is our second year of actually having this certified program. Like I said, I've traveled to Pennsylvania several times and viewed the program actually in operation. And so if you have students or anyone who is interested in learning hands-on the regenerative program, I'd like to know Dr. Counts. She just said some awesome stuff. I'm coming to Nicodemus because I want to see what you're doing. And I think there's some things there that definitely should be able to complement one another. This is specialty products, specialty crops is really an area that we want to do. I'm looking to build a warehouse for distribution in Salina because I've got some opportunities there. So ag is in me, and it's just a part of who God made me to be before I got to. And me and Goldman were just talking. It's amazing how our past of corporate working for the old Chevron Ortho name, and then I went on to work for FMC as well. So we've got similar backgrounds, and he's just more of a researcher. I'm a marketer. And so I market products more than research. If you give me the data, I'll use it, but distribution and getting it out to the end customer is what we have always specialized in. But I'm happy to be here. She has invited me, so I want to say thank you. She has invited me a number of times, and I wanted to prove to her that I am an ag econ at heart. Even though now I'm pastoring for the last 27 years. Senator, it's great to see you. I'm going to be collaborating hopefully with her on some things so we can go around and try to get a new governor elected. And I'm anxious to hear from her today. So again, Dr. Holmes, thank you for the friendship, the relationship, and the opportunity. Thanks.
Let's eat. Quick announcement. From the Adams Family Farm, they create a hibiscus lemonade tea. We have samples of that for you right here. Only a half a jug left. So please come on back and enjoy this. Brand new product. Let's eat.
Well, Adams.
I have no idea.
Get it later. Get out there and visit. Well, we don't really have it.
Okay.
Yeah, we're virtual.
You got my card.
I outside a little bit. So.
Gary.
Okay. Yeah.
Now, where are you from?
This is not a business meeting.
My money? When were you there?
I look real well. I met him.
I saw you. Because I see you. Listen, I'm hearing more about the hill.
He's out there.
So Cindy,
And you're ag econ.
I was in that part of the world.
My brother's ag. Yeah. And then he went to Guatemala. Bolivia.
You gotta say that now in the County. No.
Yeah, sweet with agave.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I'm sure that was tough.
Yeah.
I told Bob.
Yeah.
Yes. Great, I'm backing out. I'll use.
Oh.
That's
I mean, you got people that
There's a lot going on.
Okay, and, yeah.
Get more black students.
Yeah, no.
I just thought you might.
And that's my man.
It's really interesting.
Then shortly after that,
Your farm.
they were interested.
I'm actually the manager for.
Oh, it's very good.
Look at the job.
I'm barging.
You're eager to get to.
That's what we met. Okay.
Thank you too.
You know, we just about. So I still know.
And I'm with.
That's what
I'm with.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's really.
Yeah.
You were the.
It's gonna be like, oh.
Seen any posts of any.
Yeah,
That's why I've been watching this.
Quite a ways. Oh, he is quite a ways.
Really? I like your language.
As a boy, coach in Kansas.
Like-
I can
Kind of get.
Have to cut him. Okay, because I'm not gonna do that until there's a need. Right. Okay. Yeah.
You got connected?
Yeah.
Next, you said what?
It worked.
Yeah, no, I gotta talk to,
Just stay right there.
talk to the guy.
I didn't get a good picture last time.
Pretty button.
I want you to send me that.
Okay, you sound well.
Actually, man,
Three.
I guess and I felt.
Okay, I got it.
All right, go, come on.
Here, but I said angry vegetables.
You said my picture's not good enough.
No, he did not say that. He did
She's
not
got
say
it.
that.
She's
He
got
did not say that.
And
He did not say that.
Let me do.
Okay, got it.
I'm a little insulted.
She's got it. So listen, I got Kathleen on my wall.
Absolutely, I agree. I agree.
Okay. To talk to the guy with the tractor.
Oh, that's nice. How are you? Yeah.
Not really, and I used to be the. Yeah, that's what I'm doing that. So now I'm working.
I ain't go.
If I still.
I'm a farmer. Farmer.
Do what I can to support that and connect, maybe with other growth.
No, I grew up in a poultry mountain.
I'm at
In Missouri, actually. Yeah, no.
Okay.
Here's the thing. Narcotics, rusty. I didn't know.
What kind of tractor?
Gonna leave.
The number 11. The number 11.
Okay.
But you.
Yeah. I already know that the string was in the tunnel.
The AOV. Yeah.
Raises.
My dad had a G.
And they found us some alfalfa bale in Graham County. Yeah.
That's what it's supposed to look like. That's what it's supposed to look like.
Next week, yes, we're gonna go.
You gotta get the head of
Either in
I'm
the.
gonna have to get ready for the two tomatoes.
I remember when that was, probably 15, been experimenting with that. It's a great system. I mean, the only problem I had with it was the cost. It's like hard to make the economics. I mean, to do like, rake or.
Yeah.
USDA.
One of the boys.
Put it on there, 10 or 11. And the price I was getting, but in Western Kansas, that might be different where there's.
Hey.
Haven't even seen either. I've seen Ruthie, but.
That makes it a lot easier. Yeah. And the wood straw bales, I've been always getting.
Yeah, Curtis is charged $1.
I'll go online and see if I can.
So we're going to start growing some alfalfa. Yeah. Well, and oat straw is supposed to be better.
He started coming down.
For a little bit, but we could never find it. Like I know one guy he's since left the business.
to a farmer just to.
And then talking kind of help you.
The rest of us, there's not a lot of people growing up.
So, man, what you talking about?
They're all good, yeah.
So, go.
Yeah, that's great.
Same about 15 years.
Yeah, that's great.
So I need to
access.
It's so hard to find a place to sell your oats, grow oats.
Yeah.
One bin.
Well, this man has his own bail. So
So wait a minute. Do you know Rodney Stone? Rodney gave me probably made the bracelet that he gave. So
grow in just like you grow sweet strawberry.
he gave made a leather together.
Inoculated nitrogen.
Oh, wow. My wife brought a house slap.
You start breaking down.
Dump it in water.
Well, I think that's really interesting. I don't know the temperatures, but usually the compost that break down will generate heat. So putting those in a high heat, I mean, it's like you've got to put a heat in there. I know the French, and I'm assuming other people used to do this. You know, they would bury, they have like glass growing things smaller than houses, but they'd have them with 18 manure.
I'm not leaving out the time. I check out.
And down in the winter would be that would be vegetable, but yeah, the bales, that's
The bales heat up to chicken manure.
yeah, with the
We have to wait
nitrogen,
on, we have to wait on back down to 80, 70 or 80.
yeah.
But it only takes a couple weeks.
You could put it back in.
Kind of cycled that, so you had some that were keep everything warm.
That's what we exactly. Different from the
I'm getting involved in every
second. As they do out of the freshly inoculated.
We have that.
Nice talking to you.
Thank you. And I'll be calling.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
So I remember. Then you should. But the program. Yeah, love to have them come to work.
Big brother. Every time we go to Kansas City to do something, Michael Hart.
Yeah.
So Nicodemus, we found him.
He might have.
I got the chemical.
We saw it spitting.
It's farmhouse.
Because it's traditionally been a liberal arts school.
And then, Angela grew lavender.
She's from regenerative ag, you know, more healthier.
I love some peace.
On campus that has an ag degree. Turns out he said, well, you don't have to directly, but can you install?
We wonderful.
We don't know. But he has a vision for ag.
But I will. Yes, sir.
Once you send me your, say I'll send you.
Oh, you.
That's pretty hit.
Thank you.
And I'm gonna tell you the thing.
Yeah, yes, for sure. You can
Yes, sir. I think so.
I'm probably gonna just leave here, go hang out with a pastor friend of mine, Pastor Davis, in Wichita. I'm just gonna make a show. I just wanna just kind of visibly be in some place.
Okay.
Appreciate you.
All right, thank you.
All right, man.
That's what I have.
Okay, I don't understand. Does it taste sweet?
Everybody has.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
And sugar from.
Yeah.
No, that's not.
That's very good.
Oh, no, oh, no. If you want to, then yes, but you did not say the
Please ask them and I'll visit with all of you.
Yes. Southwest, no. It's the it's in the southwest corner or the northwest corner.
Well, how are things going?
Hey. We go to Hay and the other way.
The song says. Yeah, and interestingly, when I first started in legislature. We did. Yeah. There's some. There's some.
So. I don't know, a year ago sounded like a good idea and now I'm like, that's not. Been hard to focus on all that stuff, you know, I last year. We were part of this coalition that was a lobbying group. So I didn't really do it. Like everything was too great, grants getting cut, so. In this year's.
Very.
And talk about. He had him to test. He gave me a logical thought.
Right. Yeah, I mean, the thing that the other side thing is it's not complete. There's still a few avenues to sue, but it's getting rid of some of them. So it's like, why are we getting rid of that? Just so that. I haven't read it yet.
Yeah, I'm not very much on that, honestly. I mean,
they're just getting reductive.
what's going on?
You there, then there's no reason. You come back on it.
And we have a little organic and geared up because gaps are.
Going into politics, probably.
Right, like I said, there's so much of that.
It's fascinating on proponent.
Like we got some dedication. It's not that far. Guys and all do things.
Either they're lying or they're.
You're not really trained.
It came up a lot in the discussion in committee, at least. I didn't watch the hearing on the stuff yesterday. It was a lot of,
Yeah.
you know, by doing this, you're telling them they can't spray this. About stuff that isn't even on the label.
Yeah, and it's.
The companies know about if they didn't put on the label. That's what we're talking about.
Melody is one of my.
Or whatever.
I think it's one.
4 years membership too. Well, remember.
She invited me out there. She invited me out there to the celebration.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. So you see that is this was. Out there. And we had hearts with them. And you know what? And we would test them. And I like it with them too. You know, the organization took. They've got oh, she's done some amazing. Okay, right. So check that. I got you, and I'll email you that address as well.
Got an email from Kate the other night
Yeah.
trying to do her last minute due diligence, finding work. I gave her kind of.
I do know that Bible.
Guys,
Yeah. Yeah.
need to get the hell out of the way for the young people. But I don't care that I serve.
Yeah, I think she said that,
Right.
sunset that and, not that it has taken a lot of time.
More so. I kind of look at that list because there's, I just want to get them whether they're, there is. Remember,
Your knowledge and experience is really valuable.
there it is. Yeah. Workshop. They're all doing true.
Kansas City, though.
Two different kids having kids at the same time.
No, Latoya.
Oh, maybe people know you know this. I say every year, I don't know why we. So when I email you.
Oh, okay. Do you, man? Go ahead. Yeah, that's all right, man. Go ahead. Do you?
And one of them moved to a home place. Do they take
That's what he does when it's cold. Points at me.
together with them?
You know, he's like, you're the reason we.
He's got 5 kids. Number 6 on you.
So.
And he does it. He does it. He goes in.
He's.
Now, okay, those were the ones I have. Then a little while later, I went home.
That's okay.
Did you have the heat on in the back seat? Problem up here, did you turn the heat on? Okay.
Low 75.
It was another storm I was flying over.
Wow.
110.
I thought I was videoing them, but I was looking into the sun, so.
I said, I'm getting old and.
The video camera. Snapshot.
Okay, can everyone hear me? We all are enjoying our lunch. It is amazing. My role is to introduce our lunch presenter, and I find it a privilege and an honor to work under her leadership. Cindy is our state senator from District 8, and she's our leading, I think I can say that, she's our leading candidate to be our next governor. And she is actually also a farm. Well, she's from a farm, and she's going to talk a little bit about that. So she left Topeka along with one of the staffers, Mr. Riley, to be here with us for over our lunch. So we can please welcome Senator Cindy Hosher.
Oh, I don't need that. I'm good. Thank you so much, Pete. Thank you, Latoya, for inviting me. That tea, lemonade tea, I don't know, that's magical. That is great. So thank you so much. Huge congratulations to Dr. Johnella Holmes. Thank you so much for having me, Dr. Tammy Counts and your team, as well as the Ag Department here at K-State. Just thank you so much for hosting. Appreciate you all so much. As mentioned, I'm Senator Cindy Holscher, candidate for governor. It's just so great to see you all here today. I'll give you some quick background, give you a little bit of information about this race, and certainly happy to take some questions from you in a little bit too, to give you more information about legislative session or whatever's on your mind. But like I said, a little bit of background, as Pete mentioned, I did grow up on a farm. I'm the granddaughter of tenant farmers, the poorest of the poor, and went on to become a first-generation college graduate. So my family was very proud of that. I come from a family of veterans, including my father, who served with the Marine Corps. Any veterans here? Yeah, okay. My brother was in the Army, and my other brother was in the Peace Corps. My dad was a construction worker for 37 years and a member of the Heavy Laborers Union. And my mom was a custodian in the school and a school bus driver at the elementary school that I attended. So one thing about me, and it probably comes from my background, I'm not afraid to do the hard stuff. I've been doing the heavy lifting all my life. And when Governor Brownback's experiment, do you guys remember that about 10, 15 years ago? Yeah. When he had that experiment here in the state, and it led to the underfunding of our schools, I joined with a group of concerned citizens and literally walked from Shawnee, Kansas to Topeka twice to draw attention to the issue of underfunding of our public schools. Might have to. And then when faced with a teacher shortage after COVID, I got my sub-license to help out in our schools when we're not in session. And a piece of advice to you, stay away from fourth graders. They are tough. You've probably already noticed that I'm a little different type of a politician. I'm not a legacy politician. I'm not someone connected to the establishment or wealthy DC insiders. I mean, I grew up on a farm and I have blue collar parents. I'm a product of public schools and a first generation college graduate who rose up out of poverty. And I'll tell you this, in every election I've been in, I've never been the pick of the party. In my first race in 2016, I was told I didn't know the right type of people. And again, I'm not connected to DC politicians. I've been in the Midwest my entire life. I'm connected to working people, teachers, union members, farmers, folks in the service industry. So that first race, when I decided to run, I just got busy knocking doors and raising money. And what happened? I ended up winning in a very solidly red district and sent a 3-term incumbent packing, and I won every single precinct. And then in 2020, I decided to cross over to the Senate. And there was a person named Jim Denning, an extremist who was a very, very powerful man who was in control of the legislature. And I was told to stay put, that I shouldn't take him on. But once again, I got busy, started knocking doors and raising money, and got rid of him. People often ask me what prompted me to run for office in the first place. And like I said, it was the height of the Brownback experiment about 10 years ago, one of the most challenging times in our history. Things were not going well for Kansas. Essentially, the ship was sinking. At that point, our 3 kids were in school, and I was a volunteer. And I believe at that point too, I was the president of the PTA. And I was seeing what was happening. We were losing teachers. We didn't have supplies. We had shower curtains for classroom doors in some of our buildings. And then one weekend, my daughter, Sarah, she and I went to Target to pick up a few supplies on the weekend. She was about 12 years old at that time. And while we were at Target, we saw one of her teachers there working. And Sarah looked at me and she said, "Why is my teacher working at Target on the weekend after working all week long at school?" And I told her, I said, we're in the midst of a crisis. She's probably not making enough money to pay her bills and has to have a second job. And my 12-year-old looked at me and she said, "That's wrong. You go fix that." So I contemplated the whole situation and decided it was going to take reasonable people stepping forward to fix the situation. So that's what I did. And after winning that first election in 2016, I reached across the aisle and was a co-founder of the Women's Bipartisan Caucus. And we're the group that designed the bill that ended the Brownback experiment. And from that, we were able to get our state back on track in terms of revenue stability. And then we were better able to fund our schools and our important agencies. It was hard work and a lot of heavy lifting, but we got the job done. And since that time, I've been able to work with education advocates all across the state to make sure that we've been able to better fund our school. And we've been able to stop every single voucher plan that's been brought forward every year. Every year in the legislature, I've worked to get tax breaks for working class, including eliminating the sales tax on food, ensuring there are childcare tax credits for parents of young children, exempting taxes on Social Security earnings. And I've been a leader on groundbreaking reform on various issues, including crimes of sexual violence. I'll never forget the headline that came out on the very first bill that I worked on when it passed. That very first bill that I got passed, it actually made Newsweek. And the headline read, "Cops can no longer have sex while on the job in Kansas." That was my first bill. Here's the thing, our statutes had a loophole. And we had a situation in KCK where we had a very corrupt police detective that was going into neighborhoods, minority neighborhoods, and violating women. And sadly, they couldn't bring their cases forward. Now, here's the thing, nobody wanted to touch that situation, but I took it on. Now, let's talk about issues specific to this group. I know Black farmers and urban farmers often feel left out. Is that right? And there have been lots of USDA grants lost and lots of land and land theft issues. And I know there's lack of representation in the Capitol and definitely in the White House. This group deserves to be seen and deserves to be included. So what's the difference with me and other candidates? I know this. Sometimes candidates will show up and say they're going to do things for you, and then they never come back. But here's the big difference. Instead of showing up and then never coming back, I started with bills for African American communities. Like I said, that very first bill originated in African American communities. The next bill I worked on, statute of limitations reform for survivors of sexual violence, also originated in African American communities. The next bill I worked on, wrongful compensation for wrongfully convicted, originated with Lamont McIntyre, who had been incarcerated for over 23 years for crimes he didn't commit, was out of KCK. Again, those are bills that I started with. I keep coming back. You won't get rid of me. This year, I've introduced bills that are very much pertinent to Wichita and specific areas in regard to affordable housing. Here's the thing, we have an affordable housing crisis all across the state. There are nuances to it. In Wichita, we have a landlord who owns over a third of the rental property. And what's happening there is he jacks up the rental fees. So I've introduced a bill this year to put a cap on those rental fees, because what he's doing is he jacks up the fees on the late fees, then evicts, ruins people's credit, and then that starts a spiral. So we've got to get that under control. So that is specific to the Wichita area, but there's more bills we can introduce to address those areas. So I'm happy to bring forward those bills and start the conversation. I don't know how many we can get through, but we've got to start moving in that direction. So I make this promise to you. Like I said, I'll keep showing up. I'll keep bringing the bills. I'll keep starting the conversations and moving the ball forward. Over the past few months after entering this race, I've done over 60 town halls across the state, and I've collected over 150 endorsements from leaders. It's become quite clear that people need a fighter. And that's who I'm going to fight for, the people, not the special interest groups. They got plenty of people fighting for them. The special interest groups and the wealthy, they've got fighters in the government, and they've been rigging the system against us. Fighting for the people, that's what I've been doing the entire time I've been in the legislature. And I've never been afraid to do the right thing and push back against bad policy. What else is different, though, for me and the other people in this race? You know, Apart from being a fighter, I know how to win. I'm the only Democrat in this race that wins in red districts. That's hard. I'm the only Democrat in this race that wins in red districts and has defeated Republican incumbents. That's the toughest type of job. And I'm the only Democrat that wins in red districts and gets bills across the finish line. Because you got to win and then you got to deliver results, right? That's what it's all about. And here's something that's very important for you to know. 2 weeks ago, we released the results of a poll. As Pete kind of mentioned, right now I am 20 points ahead of my nearest competitor. So that's great news for us. So what's that say to you? Give the ball to the person who knows how to win, right? All right, well, very good. I will do this right now. I'll take a little break, let you all ask some questions, and then I'll finish it up and hand it off to whoever is next. But I want to take questions from you because I don't need to talk the whole time. Who has questions?
I have a question, Senator.
Excuse me just a second, Pete.
Okay.
So they can hear you online.
Okay, I have a question. A question was brought to my attention, and it comes to my attention regularly in the last month. That is, you did not receive the endorsement of our current governor, Laura Kelly. And I want to be transparent. The question was asked to me just today, and I want to be transparent with that. So could you address that?
Yeah. I have never been the pick of the establishment. Yeah. That first race back in 2016, when I started looking at, running, people in the party said, we got somebody else in mind. Said, maybe you should stay put. And I said, well, I'm pretty sure I can win. They had an older guy picked out, a white guy. I said, but I know these people and I feel like they support me. And like I said, I was told to stay put. I decided to start knocking doors and raising money. I ended up winning. In 2020, I started talking about running for Senate. Same thing. Party insiders said, we don't think you can do it. They had somebody else picked out. I started knocking doors and raising money. I'm in the Senate now. Same thing. With the governor's race, I was told, we don't think you should run. I'm the only one that wins in red districts. I'm the only one with the track record. So, and I'll tell you this, I am everything the Democratic Party says that it stands for. I'm a product of public schools. I rose up out of poverty. I'm from a union family, a military family. Again, everything that, the Democratic Party says it represents, but frankly struggles to embrace. You know that story. Yeah, but again, I'm the one that wins in the red districts. So yeah, it's not a surprise to me at all. Yes, sir.
I want to thank you for all your work. I want to thank you for all your work and your advocacy. The Macklemores and his relatives. Some of his relatives are members of my church, and so I know the work that you've done. There's some family victims that are still fighting for financial recognition and compensation. And I want to thank you for that work and your advocacy. My question to you is, it may seem strange, but how are you winning in the red districts? Are you going across the party lines, or are you just God sent? And then I'd like to know, what committees are you working on in the Senate at this time?
Yeah. I think part of the reason I'm able to win in red areas has to do with my background. The fact I came from the farm, the fact that I come from a military family and a blue collar family. I mean, that's a lot of points of connection. And I mean, I knock a lot of doors. I make a lot of appearances. I make a lot of phone calls. I talk to a lot of people. And, you know, the fact of the matter is, you know, you're always striving to find areas of commonality. And when you find those areas of commonality, you know, I'm going to find reasons to like you, you know, and I'm going to find areas that we can work together on. And that's the fact of the matter, you know, in the legislature, I'm going to get to know the people I sit next to, and we're going to find things we can work on, bills we can work on. And that's probably why I've been able to get so many bills to the finish line. You know, the other Democrats running in this race, I don't think any of them have gotten bills passed. I've gotten numerous bills passed because I'm going to find people I can work with. And I think that's part of the success in being able to win in red areas. I mean, we're going to find things we can work on together in those areas of commonality always.
Or you serve on
The committees I serve on. I have always been on the healthcare committee in the House as well as the Senate. Since I've been in the Senate, I have been on utilities, ways and means, which is budget. And then last year they started a COJ committee, which is the state version of the DOJ committee, which is a horrible committee, in all honesty. It's supposed to be to find government efficiencies, but all it's about is eliminating government agencies that serve our communities.
Okay.
But yeah, those are the committees I serve on.
Well, we thank you so much for being here with us, and we'll have you back again.
Yeah.
We thank you.
Does it work? Oh, okay. We thank you for coming and being with us. And this isn't just a novelty where she just, you know, I have to go and speak to this group. She's been invested in trying to get with us and to do programming and to do some different things and working with the Adams. And so that lends to your credibility as far as I'm concerned. So we will have you back again. Our next meeting is in April. And as many times as we can get you in front of our constituents, we will. We'll try to do that.
Appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. And one final thing I will mention, you're welcome to visit the website for any additional information you want, cindyforkansas.com. I will tell you on the other side, there are like 8 or 10 different candidates running. They're all pretty extreme, pretty concerning. That party, they're kind of starting to coalesce around Ty Masterson. Yeah, that means you know him. And his agenda and his ideology are probably just as bad as Donald Trump. That's a huge concern. Our state cannot survive that. But here's the good news. I beat that type of candidate 4 times. I can handle that.
Okay. Thank you again so much. We're moving right along, and Dr. Lonnie Hobbs Jr. is here. The Economics of Special Crop Farming series. He's going to do that introduction. So I hope you stay for that. After he speaks, we'll take a few minutes to get ourselves together. There's a program. Is that correct, Dr. Wiley? Downstairs?
Downstairs.
Downstairs.
Walk over here and lay the wreaths and then come back because of the snow.
Okay.
But the speaking and everything will be here.
Okay, perfect. But you'll still need to take your toast with you if you're going to go across the street with us to lay the wreath. But, oh, look, I miss you. Sure. So the next voice you'll hear is that of Dr. Lonnie Hobbs.
I do. I prefer that. Well, Control. Chalking it to cut on. What about now? There we go. Okay. While this is getting, or while we're getting this session going, I do have to give y'all a few quick notes just so that you understand something. First and foremost, I am Dr. Lonnie Hobbs Jr. I'm assistant professor here in the Department of Agricultural Economics. I just finished teaching a class of 114 sophomores, juniors, and seniors about commodity futures and trading. In this class of 114, there is no microphone, so I do a lot of yelling at them. And I just literally got out of class at 12:20. So if I start yelling, please don't take it personally. I'm just also, one of the things that I recognize that I have been doing this profession, a lot of times we hear these large conceptual terms. We hear these terms economics. We hear these terms value added, all of these different things. And it makes it seem like these terms and these concepts are hard to understand, but they're really not. A lot of you apply this, a lot of you know this stuff off the top of your head just by what we call common sense, but my grandmother says common sense is not too common. I am just going to take some of these concepts and break it down, simplify terms, and simplify it. And based on that, we're going to I require to help you guys to understand the concept of economics, because economics is what's going to are being successful as a specialty crop farmer. I mean, a lot of you can't get me on my smartphone. Another quick tip. Another quick tip also, I don't remember, but I think I got in trouble a lot as a kid. And I know my mom didn't with me. I remember that. Stand in a corner or something. I do not like standing still when I'm presenting. So I will be walking back and forth. This on? There we go. Can they hear me online now? All right, perfect. So yeah, I will be walking back and forth. I cannot, if you put me here, I think I have flashbacks or PTSD. So I really can't stand at a podium. If I get to walking and it start getting distracting, let me know. I'll try to tone it down for you guys, okay? All right. So this is what we're doing today. This is a 4-part series, and we're going to start part 1. The series is called Economics of Specialty Crop Farming, starting with the basics. What I'm going to do is take each different parts of economics and break it down as it relates to the specialty crop farmer. How you can use this to better put yourselves in positions to be successful with whatever you're producing, but also selling whatever you're producing. That's the goal of this series. Part 1 of this series is understanding the demand. Understand also everything has a purpose. The reason that we are starting with demand, there is a purpose behind that. All right, now I am a researcher by trade, so if y'all can, please quickly take out your phone, scan this QR code, answer a few questions that I have for you guys. It's about 6 or 7 questions. Multiple choice should not take you that long. If you are online and you are on a computer, take out your phone and scan this. If you are online and you're on your phone, you should be able to just hold your finger on this QR code and it should pop up for you to open it and you can take the pretest that way. I'm going to take a brief minute to let you guys get that completed and then we'll get started.
So it says post-test.
That one does. Go ahead and take it. I have the links. I have the links connected. I have the links connected. So the pre-test and the post-test is the same test. Only difference is one is pre and one is post, but the links connect to two different ones. And if for some reason it doesn't, like I said, I'm a researcher by trade. I can look at the timestamp in which you completed it and separate between pre and post. You can't see it online. I believe I shared it. All right. If it says post-test online, don't be alarmed. Do not be alarmed. Let me stop and reshare it, see if it's working that way. Still not showing.
Can you put it in the chat?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
Don is there.
So let's just copy it and put it on. Mr. Davis, I'm going to copy the QR code and put it in the chat. Afterwards, I'll take the actual link and put it into the chat also. Unable to send due to admin restrictions. That could be why it's not coming up on the screen too. Admin restrictions. So another workaround, let's do this. Hey, if you don't mind, can you scan that? Take the link.
I can.
All right, perfect. All right, so if you were able to complete that, great. If not, we're going to get the link put into the chat so then you guys can go and complete it. But just to make sure we keep this timely, I'm going to keep it moving, keep it rolling. One of the things that I hope you guys recognize, for those of you that were able to look at that, how many of you knew something that was on that test, that was on that pre-test? I mean, was there anything on there that you didn't know? Okay. What the whole purpose of this, of course, is so I can get information about what you know, what you don't know, but then also to help you to understand that those were some key economic concepts that you just took a look at. Now, the way they were framed, some of them may have been framed more challenging than others, but they were key economic concepts about demand. What I want to do in this training session is break down these key concepts in a way that you guys understand it, you can take it and apply it. So first thing I'm going to ask, when it comes to a specialty crop farmer success, what is the most important factor up here?
Customers want.
I heard what customers want. I hear what you sell.
All of the above.
All of the above.
All of the above.
All right. My response to that, all of the above is important, but the most important is what customers want. The thing about it is you can have a product. You can have the best product in the world, but if customers don't want it or they won't buy it, your product is no good. I can have the cure for cancer sitting in a pill in my home. If customers don't know about it, if customers don't want it, if customers aren't willing to pay for it, the economic value of that pill is zero. That in a concept breaks down why demand in itself is so important. It all starts with the customer. You as a specialty crop farmer, you are a producer. You have different producer problems and choices that you make. What should I produce? How much should I produce? What type of input should I put into this? Once I get it produced, what should I price it at? What market should I sell it at? How should I market it, etc.? All of these are important factors for you as a producer Absolutely. But your overall goal is to earn income and to stay profitable. In order for you to do that, no matter what goes into the pot that, or what goes into the cake that you're baking, you have to be able to sell the cake in the first place. So from there, I want you guys to start this series by thinking in the minds of your customers that you are going to service. Have you guys heard the term, the customer is always right? Do you know why they say that?
Yeah.
Because if the customer is wrong, that may prevent them from buying my product. I need them to buy my product. So I'm going to start by trying to figure out what my customers want and how I can service them. As a specialty crop farmer, you are doing the same thing, but you're doing this with the products that you are producing. So from there, what determines your success as a specialty crop farmer is your ability to sell consistently, to sell at a price that'll cover your costs. This is what we call profit in the terms of economics, making sure that you're selling and you're receiving money for your product that is greater than how much it costs you to produce it. That is profit. That's net profit in terms of economics. Also, we want to make sure that we can do those top two of selling consistently, selling at a price that covers the cost. To be able to do that, you must do the third, match what your customers want. Customers are going to buy what they want, not just what you offer. And as we know, there are many different types of products nowadays.
Yeah.
So they not only can buy your product, but they can buy a product that's very similar. What I'm going to do is break down to you what's going to help you to put yourselves in a position where customers choose your product, not the others. In order to understand this concept, I need you guys to keep at the forefront of your mind, everything starts with the customer. As a producer, as a seller, as in economics term, a supplier, your whole goal of what you're actually selling, you're selling something that is going to address a problem for your customers. You are problem solving. If I go to the store and I'm looking for an apple, my problem is I want an apple. Can you sell that to me to solve my problem? Things that I love to break down to different people. When it comes to problem solving as a supplier, as a seller, the better you can solve the problem, meaning the higher quality of your product, the more that you can charge from a pricing standpoint. The better your ability to solve a problem, the more that you can charge. The more people's problems that you solve, the more products you can sell. When it comes to revenue of what you're going to earn from your product, guess what we use to do that or determine that? The price that you charge multiplied by the number of products that you sell. That is revenue in terms of economics. So the more value that you offer by solving a product, your quality of solving it, and the more people's problems you solve, the more money you will make. Everything starts with the customer, as I said. So understanding this, we must understand why customers matter. The reason that customers matter is because they determine whether your product sells or not. Customers determine how much they will buy, meaning the quantity or amount that they will buy, and they also determine what price they are willing to pay. These concepts of how much the product sells, how much they buy, what they're willing to pay, this translates into this economics term that we call demand. Demand in itself is what customers want, how much they want, and what price they're willing to pay for it. That in itself is the economics term of demand. Now, if you look in the textbook, they're going to say in many different types of words, big words, these 3 points about demand. This is exactly what it is. So from there, the reason that I say customers are the most important, the reason we start with demand, you as a producer, you may think, well, hey, I can increase the amount that I produce and that automatically will increase my bottom line. That is not true. there's a missing component. You can increase the amount you can produce, but what's going to increase your bottom line is the amount that you sell, not the amount that you produce. So when it comes to specialty crop farming, when it comes to farming in itself, especially if you're farming for a profit, I want you to keep the customer in mind first. Start with the end in mind. Start with, can I sell this product in itself? To do that, you need to understand your customers a little bit more. You need to understand, how do customers decide what they want? Customers themselves, they make their buying decisions by what matters most to them, meaning what they value, what they expect from the product, and whether it fits their needs or not. If I buy this product, is it going to be valuable to me? Does it align with what actually matters to me? If I am tired right now and I need some energy, I am going to buy coffee because that energy and what I'm getting from the coffee matters most to me at that point in time, not just getting some kind of liquid in my system. Meaning, I'm going to more likely purchase coffee over water. That's basically what we're saying when it comes to these buying decisions of customers. They are buying what they want. So you as the seller, you have to provide what they want. You have to solve the problems that they have. And when you get really good at it, you can start solving the problems that they don't even know that they have. But you have to start with the basics first. And understand, in every purchase of a customer, there is choice. So from this, now we know what they purchase. We need to know why they purchase their products. Customers purchase products because they receive satisfaction from the product. Think about yourself. When you go to the store and you buy something, you're buying it because you want it to satisfy your needs. The more that product satisfies your needs, the more you're willing to pay for that product. Same concept works when it comes to any other type of customer. Satisfaction depends on the benefits that they receive and the price that they pay. More satisfaction leads to more purchases, repeat purchases, and customers are willing to pay more. The thing that I love, and the way that I think, I'm sorry, I'm an economist, I think in terms of graphs, I think in terms of functions. Satisfaction is equal to benefits divided by price. This looks complex, but it is not. When it comes to fractions, anything that's on the top, the more you increase it, the more you increase what's over here on the left side. When it comes to fractions, what's on the bottom, the more you increase it, the more you decrease what's over here on the left side. So when I say this, what I am saying in a nutshell, in order to increase satisfaction, you can do this one or two ways. You can increase the benefits of your product, or you can decrease the price of your product. Think about that, and I'll give it to you in more basic terms. When it comes to benefits as a specialty crop customer, or customer in general, the benefits that increase their satisfaction, especially when it comes to specialty crops: taste, quality, freshness, trust, and experience. The more that a product provides these, the more satisfaction that a customer receives. Typically, the more that they will purchase for them. On the other hand, price is price. The more that you have to pay for it, in some form or fashion, the less satisfaction you'll get from it. If, prime example, this cup of coffee, if I go to the store right now to buy this cup of coffee and it costs me $2 right now, I go in and I purchase it. I come back later today and I need to purchase this same cup of coffee, but it is $3 now instead of $2. I'm gonna purchase it, but I'm less satisfied from it. Same concept works when it comes to your specialty crops and the products that you're providing. So understand, customers buy when their satisfaction is high enough. What I mean, they buy when the benefits that they receive or satisfaction they receive from your product is more than the dissatisfaction they receive when they buy the product. Meaning, in layman's terms, they will buy when they receive more benefit than it costs them to get the product in itself. So based on this, what gives a product value? What gives a product satisfaction in itself? Satisfaction in economics term and value in economics term are very similar. For the purpose of this training, I'm going to use them almost interchangeably. So what gives a product value? I'm basically saying what increases the satisfaction the customer receives from purchasing your product. What does this is the fact that it is solving a problem that the customer has. But I want to take a step back to say a product is only as valuable as someone is willing to pay. Have you guys heard of this term market prices? Have y'all heard that in terms of your crops? Yep. Or your produce? Have you heard that in terms of land value, land price, market price, etc.? Market price is determined by what a group of customers is willing to pay for that product itself. That's what market prices are. So if I have this cup of coffee and the market price is $3, that means in general, the market or the people that's buying this is willing to pay $3. Even though I'm the producer and I may see it as more valuable because of my efforts, because of my input, etc., whatever people are willing to pay for it, that is the value of that product. So if the market says $3, the value is $3. But notice I said what they are willing to pay. This is important because market conditions can change to where the value changes. Prime example. Suppose you guys, I love apples. I got an apple on my mind, so I'm going to use apples again. Suppose you guys are at a farmer's market and you are selling apples. And at this farmer's market, there are 3 other people that's there selling apples also. Everybody else is selling their apples for $1 per apple. You're selling yours for $3 per apple because you think that that's the market value of your product. Guess what? People probably aren't going to be coming to purchase your product. They probably ain't going to be coming to pay $3 an apple because at that particular place, the market value is $1. But as I said, conditions can change. So suppose that this group of bakery science students come in and they have a big project where they need 5 crates of apples to produce this apple pie that they're going to be selling for their bake sale. Suppose this is the end of the day and those other vendors of apples are gone. Right. Guess what now? Yeah. The market value of that apple is now $3. Mm. Does that make sense? Understand. Conditions can change, but you in yourself, in order to be a successful producer and a successful business person, let's be honest, as a farmer, if you are selling to the market or selling to customers, you're in a sense, you're a business person. So if you're going to be successful, you have to know the market itself that you're selling to. You need to know what they're willing to pay. You need to know what they value and be able to offer that. When it comes to value in specialty crops, the more that you can offer these things, the more you're probably going to be able to sell. I'm a researcher by trade. I researched in terms of Kansas and the U.S. When it comes to specialty crops, what is it that people are looking for? This is a list of them. Freshness. Everybody loves local sourcing. Simple ingredients, organic, high quality, good customer service. If you have these things, more likely your product is going to be looked at as more valuable to customers. If it's looked at as more valuable to customers, they're willing to pay more for it. Now, I'm not going to go deep into pricing right now. That's going to be part 3 of this series. We'll get into that later, but I need you to understand in terms of start with the customers in mind. So based on that, who typically buys specialty crops? Basically, I'm saying if you are a group of specialty crop farmers, who are you selling to? It's important for you to know this. You can sell to individual customers. These are households. These are farmers markets. These are health conscious buyers. If you want to know a little bit more about these individual customers, come get with me. I can break down a few other specifics in terms of most common ages, most common thought process of customers that's buying these type of products. This is individual customers. Depending on how much you can provide, you can tap into the next group, which is businesses and organizations. These are your grocery stores, your schools and institutions, your food distributors. These are also people that are buying specialty crops and specialty crop products. These, in a sense, are your customers. These are the people that you need to know what they want, how much they'll pay for it, how much of it they want. You can answer those questions. You can start tapping into these different customers. Understand that it is okay. You can sell to one or you can sell to several of these people if you can provide what they want. So based on this, as I said, understanding demand, which is what I've been talking about, this is the key first step. Understand also, though, demand can change, meaning what customers want can change. And it depends on competition. That's my example of $3 versus $1 at the farmer's market. The more competition, the more options people have to choose from, the more demand can change. If I'm the only one that's selling in this whole K-State Student Union, I'm the only one that's selling coffee. Yeah. Well, I got a good product first and foremost. I've just cornered the market secondly, but I'm the only one that's offering. I have more flexibility with what I provide, with how I price it, and I don't have to do much marketing of it. But suppose that they open a new coffee shop right next door. Competition has changed. So the way that I adjust to the market has to change as well. My demand for my product likely has changed also. So keep this in mind. Like I said, we'll get into all of this in the other parts. I'll break down here in just a second what we're going to do in the other parts, but understand, and the main part of this is demand can change even though your production stays the same. I have an iPhone 15 in my pocket right now. 2 years ago, this was the best iPhone you can buy. 2 years later, the product itself, this phone, has not changed. The value and demand for this phone has changed. They've come up with new technology. They've come up with a new version. They've come up with newer things that you can do, the camera quality, etc. All of this has changed. The product itself stayed the same, but demand for this product changed. So keep this in mind. Demand does not stay the same all the time. So what this means for you as a farmer, understand that demand is what guides your decisions. Demand tells you whether to grow more or not, what crops you need to focus on, where to sell, how to reduce your financial risk. Now, am I saying just because the market wants it, that's what you produce? No, I am not. I'm saying start with demand to see what the market wants. Then the next step is you figure out what you can produce. So if you, I'm going to stay with my apples. If you have the ability to produce apples, the market wants apples. 2 people over here say that they want purple apples. You might not need to change your whole production facilities in order to do purple apples, unless you have the ability to do that. But that's more of a supply side production type of question and phenomenon, which we'll get into in the next session. But what I'm trying to say here is always start with demand. Start with the end in mind. Start with your customers in mind. What problem am I solving for my customer? My ability, the more I can solve this problem or the better I can solve it, the more my customers will pay for it. The more people's problems that I can solve, the more that I will be able to sell this product. Keep that in mind. So where are we going next? Where are we going from here? I've just broken down to you key concepts about demand when it comes to specialty crop farming.
understanding your customers. That is the demand side. Where we're going next, we're going to talk about supply. We're going to talk about when it comes to your production decisions, when it comes to you actually producing a product, what are some of the factors that you need to keep in mind now that you know the demand side of what you're producing for? So we're going to go into understanding supply, which is how production choices affect cost and risk. In part 3, we'll do pricing and financial strategy, how prices affect income. And then in part 4, we'll start with something that I love that is near and dear to my heart, which is marketing and selling of your product. Because the thing is, you can produce it. You can produce what customers want. But if you can't communicate it to customers that you have it, you likely won't be able to sell it. So I'm going to break down each of these key economics concepts to you guys over the matter of the next 3 to 4 weeks. We'll do 1 session per week. They'll be on Thursdays from 4 to 5 p.m. and they'll be on Zoom. Coordinate with Dr. Holmes and KBFA staff to get that information to you guys. But that is what we have coming in the next session. I have a little bit more time, so I'll go a little bit more in depth on a few things. But that is what's coming in the next 3 sessions that we have.
May I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Hold on.
I hear that Fresh Point wants bok choy, but I am a master tomato grower. I understand that Fresh Point wants bok choy.
And this is just an example, but I am a master at tomatoes.
Okay, how are we going to work it out?
So the way to work that out is to first see how much of bok choy that Fresh Point wants. If they're your only customer, then that answers your question in the first place. If they're your only customer and this is all that they will buy, well, then you have the answer there. You need to switch. But if there are more customers that actually want and value your tomatoes, you need to do what you're best at. Now, another example or another way to answer that, it's always a game of if this, then that, if this, then that. If you have a group of customers over here that love your tomatoes, that want your tomatoes, keep producing tomatoes. But if you talk with Fresh Point and they only want a small number and they're willing to accept a small number, then go back and assess if you can keep producing your tomatoes while also producing that small number of bok choy. How did you say that?
Bok choy.
Bok choy. Yeah. If you can produce that small number, give it to Fresh Point and satisfy these customers over here, that's your best option. But it's always if this, then that. And the if part starts with your customer. Great question. But to summarize what we just talked about today, as I said, start with demand. Start with the end in mind. The end is you selling to your customers. Start with that in mind. Based on that, customers will buy what gives them the most satisfaction. As I said, satisfaction is determined by the benefits and the price that they have to pay. The more benefits you provide, the higher the satisfaction. The higher your price or the lower prices, that determines if satisfaction is going to be high or low also. The higher the price, the lower the satisfaction. The lower the price, the higher the satisfaction. From there, understand benefits are guided by customers' taste. This is basically me saying benefits are guided by what customers value most. If you understand what customers value most, you have the cheat code to provide what customers value most. Meaning you have the cheat code to increase their satisfaction, meaning you just got the cheat code to increase your bottom line. And that is all I have for today. I think I'm right on time too, Dr. Holmes. So I thank y'all for your time, your attention. I do ask that y'all complete this. This one here, I'll be honest, this one might say pretest, but I got the timestamps on it. So then you guys do not have to worry about it. But if you can, hit this. You should see the same questions. And if you do, go through and answer it. And I hope if you had some things on that pretest that you guys did not understand, I hope that you can understand and answer those questions. Okay. All right.
Dr. Hobbs,
Yes.
someone has a question for you.
In the back?
No, back here.
Oh, in the back. All right. Yes, sir.
So there's until she told me gonna be speaking. So you just said so they're setting the market.
Right. They're setting the market, right?
She's saying market. She was
The customers are the market. Gotcha. Gotcha. Yes, sir.
Dr. Hobbs, will you post the results of our test before after class?
No, I can't do that. I can't do that. I cannot do that. But really what I'm using this to do is to first see if you guys are gaining knowledge. I did not have the other QR code, and that is on me. But in the next 3 sessions, I'm going to have a speaker evaluation as well for you guys to let me know if this worked for you, what I did well, what I did not do so well, so then I can constantly improve. For those of you that work with us here, K-State Manners, the former Diversity Programs Office, I was groomed and well groomed by Dr. Wiley. So those of you that has worked with her, you understand this process.
No,
Yes, sir.
I appreciate the energy that you put into your
Oh, well, thank you.
It made a difference.
Yes. I appreciate that. That's my goal.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yes. All right. So that is all I have. I will turn it back over to KBFA staff.
Dr. Wiley?
Yeah.
All right, thank you everyone for your attention. So now we're going to make sure we have an exercise break. We're going to downstairs. So this is the end of the Martin Luther King celebration. And so he was a member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. And so we always have the candlelit ceremony downstairs. And then from the ceremony downstairs, okay, I need y'all to get back together. Come on back together. And then y'all can cut up out there. So we're gonna go downstairs to the courtyard, and we have our with K-State Athletics, we have our character coach, Coach G, is gonna do a presentation downstairs after the Alphas. We walk over there, we lay the wreaths. We normally have the program across to lay the wreaths, but this time we're gonna come back because it's so cold. It shouldn't be over an hour. You hear the chimes, but we really wanted us to participate. So this is going to be part of our meeting this year. Everybody's pretty much downstairs right now. So I just really wanted to thank you. Since I have your attention, just want to thank you for your participation. I'm so happy that we did get our USDA retired, or he's not retired because he's going to go back with somebody calling. Dr. Goldman, and then to have it with Dr. Hobbs to come here, that it really is kind of full circle. Like I said, in the 1990s, I think that's when Dr. Goldman and I got where we are. And so in the 21st century, and now we passed the baton to Dr. Hobbs. He doesn't realize it. Now he's just not running with it, but he got it. And so that is really the goal. So I hope you can see that's what we really are doing with Kansas Black farmers as well. You know, this is hard work teaching. I don't think people really get it because you pour and you lose yourself and you gain yourself. And there's so many things that go on. So I'm very proud of you. You are growing up. And I'm very happy to see you making these strides. And I want to tell you that publicly because I know when we have our meetings, you ready to throw me out the window. So, but I do want to acknowledge in front of everyone that you are doing a great job and I'm very proud of you. All right. So, Dr. Holmes or Dr. Counts.
All right, so we're going to go downstairs, but this is how I'm going to get you to come back. I need for you to leave all your stuff here. Especially your cell phones. That way I know you'll definitely come back for that. Just take your hat and your coats, and I need for you to do that. Because when you come back, we do have a giveaway that we have 3 giveaways that we're doing as a follow-up to Dr. Hobbs's class. And I want to make sure that someone wins these because I can't carry these boxes back with me. So let's go do the memorial. Leave your phones, your wallets, all the valuables, so I know you'll come back. And no, take your stuff with you.
Christy Davis came in.
All right.
Was appointed by Biden as our rural development director under his administration. And that's Dr. Goldman right straight in. So Biden appointed her in Kansas, and that's why Nicodemus has water.
Okay. Thank you. So we're going to go do the memorial and then we're going to come back and we'll wrap it up and we will be done. Those of you that are online, you're a part of this drawing. So if you happen to drop off in between this time and your name is called, you will receive your gift. Thank you.
Listen, everybody, bring mine. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm going to get.
Hello, testing. Okay. All right. As I promised, we only need just a couple more minutes and we're going to wrap up everything. The next thing on the agenda was the KBFA calendar of events. What I'm going to ask you to do is please go to our website. We're going to have at least 6 months of our events, activities, opportunities, as well as training that will be posted on our website. And for everyone who is on the mailing list, we will make sure that they receive a copy to their email. So I don't take time to do that. And then the last thing that we have on here is we have 2 drawings. Dr. Hobbs, who started with his first part of the 4-part series on the economics of specialty crop farming. What we were going to do is we have 3 boxes. When I was in DC, there was a presentation on the Schedule F, what farmers need to have together so that they don't lose their farm, or when they go into the great harvest above, their paperwork is together. So whoever is inheriting the farm or is going to receive the farm, their paperwork is together. It was a beautiful gift. I packed it up. I brought it back from Washington, D.C. And what I did do was I duplicated it. I've made 3 copies. As I read through this is absolutely essential that every farmer, new and beginning, and those that have been in the farming industry for a while, needs to have. So here is all the information that you need regarding what you need to have collected. She also indicated with this paperwork, if you go and you apply for a loan, you'll have more success because you've got all your documents together. A couple of additional things that I threw in the box for you was a notebook where you're supposed to keep track of everything, jot down your ideas, your drawings, your planting. This little blue envelope right here, throw it in your car, your truck. So when you get receipts, you just throw them right in here as versus them being on the floor of your truck. If you need to, a few additional dividers. And then the last thing that we don't keep track of, she said the most important thing is make sure that not only you pay the people who work for you, but you pay yourself. So here's a little box, a little timesheets that you can give to your workers that come in for a couple of hours and work, or even if you want to keep track of those that come in and volunteer, that is still money for you to turn in so that Uncle Sam no longer takes everything from you. So we're going to have a quick drawing. Do we have We've got numbers. Oh. All right, we have decided, oh, I'm sorry. And I don't care, I'm sorry, this may not be democratic, but we want to give a box to the Adams Family Farm. We want to give a box to Mr. Brandon Cheney. So he can keep his paper, even though you said your crops are more organized than you are. We're going to get you organized. So you can get that money and apply from them loans. And who was the third one? And one for Miss Esther Clark, who has multiple houses and multiple farms. So you are the 3 lucky winners. Now we are going to do the last drawing legitimately, so any and everybody can win.
And congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you so very much.
So, take the Wi-Fi.
All right, the last drawing. The last drawing was for a hydroponic tunnel tower system. I'm sorry. All right, my eyes. Oh, from garden? Oh my God. No, okay. Okay.
Can we take a picture?
Oh, yes, we can do a picture. All right. The grand prize for coming and participating both in person or via Zoom, we have a garden spelled with a Y.
I'll send it to her.
It is a hydroponic tower system valued at $800. It's really not valued at $650, $800. Okay, they get in the picture, they box. I love it, I love it, I love it. And the lucky winner is, okay, we're trying to read the handwriting. And we're drawing officially.
We're not just.
I have the list number.
Now, this is some serious stuff. This garden, I have had one for a year.
Well, that's what that little one in the house.
That one that's in my house.
No, Dr. Bobby's gone.
Okay. It produces year around. I have flowers that are growing. Who do we got? Who's the winner?
Well, Dr. Bobby's gone and the other way.
Oh, okay. Okay, you got to be here. Winner stays to the end. So, I love the tower. It's taking care of itself as we speak. It sends me a message saying you need to add more water.
Because he's an employee.
Okay. She's knocking out employees, so we can't win either.
Yes, sir. Yes, yeah. Okay, all right.
It's gone.
Not literally.
That was right.
Not literally.
Reverend Smith.
I don't hide.
Wow.
Did you buy that?
No, it's my gifted friend.
Okay. I was gonna trade you the Nicodemus for one. I met your daughter. Yeah.
Works here.
Yeah, so she said, yes, common travel. She said, you did my, yeah, my.
And the winner.
No, that's something. Mr. Goldman.
Yes, ma'am.
You won the hydroponic.
And the winner is Mr. Goldman. Curtis Goldman.
You don't have money. I can get it.
We're gonna make sure we get it. All right. If there's nothing else, closing remarks. We've done the drawing. We want to, Dr. Holmes, we're wrapping this up, and we want to thank you all for coming online, staying online. Continue to look at the KBFA website for updates, information, not just about KBFA, but other organizations. Thank you. Goodbye. Have a good evening. People drive safely. Watch the weather. Bye.